I got all this stuff. Yeah.
Well, I just wonder if you guys see any holes anywhere.
I better jump into the
I'd like to
holidays,
go
okay?
to two of them.
No, I don't think police
Please.
has remedy.
Like, what department?
Well, actually take that.
Rid of a couple of people.
Knew it was coming.
Yeah, I do think so. Don't you think? Yeah. I know, this is depressing. I'm trying to think. This one. Could you see I had such a rough night last night?
They have that rate close.
Do it's some weird dreams.
No, Jake got out. I spent a half an hour. trying to-
I just think they're cool.
Did they say?
Right, I had to put the.
We're live, aren't we?
Good morning. We'll reconvene the Deschutes County Budget Meeting, and the first up this morning is Road Department. We'll turn it over to Chris.
Everybody
Morning.
does that with the gavel, Chris.
I just found the gavel and yeah, how much time do we have?
You got the gavel, you decide.
All right. Great. Yeah. Chris Doty, Road Department Director. With me as always, Cody Smith, Assistant Director, County Engineer. Very excited to bring you the Road Department budget for fiscal 2024.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties.
It's gonna take me 5 minutes to get out.
I'll put the gavel back. So by way of agenda, we should have some of the road department management team online. We are missing a couple today. Beth Regini is out sick, so hopefully we won't have to tap into her knowledge base. We think we can make it through there, but Randy McCauley is online for fleet questions. Should we have any that we can't handle up here? There he is. We're going to cover our budget priorities, similar to, how we typically go through our budget here at the road department. We'll talk about our revenue assessment for this next year, get into a little bit of the programming costs, where we intend to invest some of that revenue. Before I then yield the remainder of my time to Cody Smith here, who will walk us through the CIP, which is the meat of the presentation for sure, the good stuff. All right, a little bit of department overview. As you recall, we are 4 divisions within the road department: ops and maintenance, fleet and equipment, engineering, which also includes the surveyor's office, and then administration. We have 1 FTE that's proposed this year, and that will bring us to 62 as a department. That said, there are several engineering positions that were approved last year in the budget we still have not been able to fill. Just based on economic environment and the issues everyone is facing, but it's specifically acute within the engineering field in getting folks. We rely heavily on contract seasonal employees, still having that same lack, that shortage of being able to hire seasonals to help us with flagging and everything. So we're continuing to kind of suffer from that a little bit. Gets better. Budgeting priorities. So as you may recall, we have this trickle down concept of how we budget and prioritize our expenditures. First and foremost, we prioritize maintaining the system, maintaining what we have and keeping that at a serviceable and adequate level. Things like the pavement management program. Pavement is the most valued asset that the county owns, as it is for most counties and governments. But also signing, striping, vegetation, shoulder maintenance, bridge maintenance. So we prioritize maintaining our existing infrastructure above all else. In a second place, but just barely behind maintenance, is operating the system. So reacting to what happens on the system and making sure we're providing it service at an appropriate service level. So things like snow and ice, roadside hazards, event and incident response, and then the fleet and equipment that go to support both operations and maintenance within the department. Once we budgeted those two major programs and elements, what's left over trickles down to the capital program, improving the system. So capital projects, major maintenance, safety improvements, modernization. So that's historically been, our philosophy, and the budgets that we bring to budget committee is to make sure that we're budgeting what we have, or budgeting maintenance of what we have and operating the system we have, and then improving it with what's left over. This is our standard fund slide showing all the various funds that are bringing money into and out of the department. As you may recall, 325 is the mother fund. That's the fund that we're primarily discussing here in my portion. Within that, we have 328, 329 is the surveyor and corner fund. We have the building and equipment fund. We'll get into the details of that program this year. Transportation SDC, which kicks funding over to the Transportation Capital Improvement Program that Cody will walk us through. Vehicle maintenance and replacement. And then new to the fund portfolio this year is Fund 715. This is the Deschutes County Road Agency. This is the fund that's been created to receive SRS funding from the federal government and then distribute it into the 325 fund for maintenance purposes. And allowing us to do that, or when we do that, that allows us to receive a higher PILT allocation. So that is will eventually and hopefully arrive in fiscal year 24. It's a new program that's been legislatively enacted. So I'll believe that money when I see it. That potential has not been budgeted in the road department or anywhere else in the county. The handful of states have done this, and in the past, there's no reason to believe it won't arrive. At the time of budget, we weren't 100% sure we were going to be able to time it right. We think we have, so hopefully it shows up. You imagine you've seen a few pie charts this week. We're no exception. This is the 325 fund, kind of globally speaking. We've got the resources and the revenue on the left, the road department expenditures requirements on the right. Back to resources, you can see we have a high reliance on state government payments. The majority of that is via the State Highway Fund, which is a pot of funding reserved for transportation that comes from the state gas tax, state fuel tax, DMV fees, so registration, title fees, things like that. And also the weight mile tax that freight pays. That's their portion of the system. That is collected by the state and then distributed formulaically to both ODOT and local governments. We receive about 30%. Counties receive 30% of the state pot. Deschutes County receives about 5.5 to 6% of that county reserve. Beyond that, we have federal government payments coming in at about 9%. It's PILT, SRS, STBG. And then, of course, beginning working capital. These are the unspent funds that roll back into the front side of the budget annually. On the expenditure side, more evenly dispersed slices of pie there within the personnel services and materials and services. We're at 27, 26% respectively. Transfers out is a large transfer out to the capital improvement program, and then also the building and equipment fund. So you can see we're doing, once we've taken care of the maintenance and preservation operations of the system, our capital piece is pretty sizable. As far as the revenue assessment and outlook for this next year, first and foremost is the State Highway Fund coming in at an estimated $20.6 million. That's about $500,000 more than the 20.1 that we have in the budget this year. Part of the reason is this next year, beginning January 1st of 2024, will be the last phase in of the gas tax increase that occurred in 2017 through House Bill 2017. So there's a small piece of that new revenue that will be a few months of collections associated with that. But there's other, general growth in Deschutes County that's also driving us receiving more revenue. We are on pace to exceed, excuse me, to exceed the 20.1 million that we have budgeted this year. And again, it's the fact that Deschutes County is getting a bigger piece of the pie, and also the fact that it's conservative estimating. Next on the list is PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. So we're estimating pretty flat revenue within that federal program. And again, that does not include the potential $800,000 that the county is hopefully lined up to receive through an additional allocation. We'd love for you to direct that funding right into the road department when it arrives. We understand that'll be a board discussion when it does. Next is Secure Schools, or SRS. Again, budgeting flat revenue there based on the federal estimates. The next program is STBG, or Surface Transportation Block Grant. This is the line of federal funding that's kind of embroiled in our little House bill that's before the legislature right now regarding fund exchange. So federally, we're entitled to $1 million. If we fund exchange it with ODOT, potentially $900,000 of state money instead of federal. The money's not going anywhere, but right now it's kind of up in the air with the legislative issues that are occurring. We do feel good that the House bill that we have before the legislature will eventually be passed, and we will be receiving state money from here on out, which is much more preferred to federal money with all of its red tape and so on.
What's been the progress of that bill? Is it through various committees and to?
Yeah, so it's made it through the Joint Transportation Committee, unanimous, passed unanimously. I believe the House has approved it. House passed it unanimously, and so it's awaiting Senate approval and governor's signature. And if things kind of are heading towards the path that that potentially may be headed, we're hopeful that that can be inserted in the budget bill and kind of sneak across the finish line if it comes to the last hour. Okay, my slide went away.
Well,
There we are. Make sure I didn't skip anything. Okay. After STBG, we have system development charge revenue. We're anticipating an $1.5 million in that bucket this year. We have seen slow down in growth, so slow down in STC revenue, but there is a 10% increase that's been enacted due to inflation and the inflation factor that's programmed into the STC resolution. That's a part of the fee schedule as well. STC revenue it comes in and we spend it on capital projects. And if it doesn't arrive at its estimated rate, thankfully we do have some reserve in there, and we'll potentially just not spend STC revenue on a capital project, use non-STC revenue.
Is there any rule of thumb about what you might expect for accessory dwelling units, as in if we have a property 2 acres or larger that have a new 900 square foot primary residence or rental, is that going to be a pretty black and white trigger for a full SDC, or is there any other variables in there?
Yeah, so we haven't formally enveloped that into what we feel the trip generation will be yet. Intuitively, we've talked about it's going to be less than a single family home, and 50% less probably seems like an adequate guesstimate as to the trip generation potential for an accessory dwelling unit versus a regular single family home. And I believe that's what some jurisdictions have done. So it will be less, maybe half a trip instead of a full trip. Grant funding, we're on schedule to receive a Federal Lands Access Program reimbursement for our Cascade Lakes Highway chip seal project. We'll be starting in July, in a few months. Partnership revenue is the revenue that we receive from other agencies here locally. We're sort of the big brother of local government. We do chip seal for a handful of cities, striping and vegetation management for those cities and adjacent counties as well. And occasionally we'll do some vegetation work for the federal government here and there, BLM and Forest Service, depending on what programs they'd like us to participate in and our staff capacity. Internal and other revenue is primarily funded via the survey fund. So the fees that are collected in that 328, 329 fund that come back into the road department to pay for the surveyor's office. Then fleet reimbursement, which is the money that comes back in to pay for maintenance of county fleet, not in the road department. Overall, revenue is pretty steady. We are, long term, of course, like I said, House Bill 2017 is phasing out after this next increase. There's talk legislatively of a transportation funding package in 2025. We're hopeful for that to keep the momentum of continued investment rather than having inflation just eat away at what we've built up through House Bill 2017 and what it's brought to the table, and really how it's elevated, our programs here. As far as budget highlights, this is our typical expenditure of pavement management program related items, and with one exception. We'll get to that in a second. We are chip sealing 75 miles on our system this year. That's our typical amount. We are doing a little bit of chip seal for Redmond and Sisters as well. We programmed 10 miles of slurry seal, which is similar to chip. That's a lot more neighbor friendly. That we've scheduled within a handful of neighborhoods to be slurry sealed rather than chipped. We have our typical amount of stopgap maintenance in terms of crack seal, patch, and leveling course of $500,000. The one item that's unique this year is we are doing significantly more overlay work, more pavement work, due to the fact that for whatever reason, environmentally, this was a very bad year for potholes, and we've lost some integrity within South Canal Boulevard, Old Bend Redmond Highway, and also Butler Market Road out to the Bend Airport. And so that pavement has gotten to be where we can't keep up anymore. So we're going to grind that off and replace it with new asphalt on those roads. And that takes our overlay mileage up to 15, whereas typically it's around 10. So our total program investment in pavement this year is $9.6 million, and that's about a 43% increase over prior years, primarily due to that added overlay mileage where we're just taking some roads out of turn and restoring them to new pavement. That will help keep our pavement condition index in the low 80s, which is where you want to be. You want your pavement condition to be at that point on the PCI chart, because that's where low cost maintenance treatments are effective, like chip seal, and we have a pretty aggressive chip seal program. We are requesting one FTE this year in the form of a shop supervisor within our fleet division, fleet and equipment division. This supervisor would provide oversight over shop personnel, all the repairs that are being made, quality control, so on and so forth, to be the go-to person within the shop, and also deal with all the elements of accounting and billing that go along with performance in the shop. This is not an atypical org chart placement at all. This is, I think, very typical for shops of our nature. Probably so we should have had our eye on much sooner. We ask a lot of our fleet and equipment division. Within that division in the road department, the department-wide safety program exists. So that's ran by the fleet manager. Also, the facility maintenance projects and scheduling for what happens in our maintenance yard occurs within that division as well, primarily. So you'll see a long list of projects that have been mounting here in a second within the road department that we just haven't been able to get to in a lot of cases. And so this shop supervisor will take, a lot of that, day to day, hour to hour disruption, off of the shoulders of the fleet and equipment division manager. And again, procurement of fleet and equipment is almost a full-time job now in and of itself. It's very hard to get equipment, even pickup trucks. And so, there's a lot of activity there. This position will certainly help us address some of those issues. We do not take adding personnel back into the road department lightly. This graph basically shows the FTE over time offset against the state highway fund revenue and that red line. So the blue column is the amount of full-time employees we've had over almost the last 20 years. And as you can see, we kind of dipped down, took it to the bottom. We found the bottom I like to say, going into and coming out of the recession. And then we've added back some staff where we've identified need. And again, this is an identified need this year. However, you can see that we're hopefully, this takes us back to where we were, 15 years ago. And again, we do this carefully and certainly with offset against the revenue, we're in a much better financial position to add staff than certainly we have been in the past. All right, so we'll get into the 330 fund and what we have programmed. This table shows the projects that are budgeted this year in acquisitions. The column on the right, carry forward, indicates that these projects listed there were those amounts were previously budgeted. So you've seen these projects in prior budget years that just we have not been able to tackle internally. Some of it's staffing capacity, some of it's just general timing. We have a fence we want to build around our facility that somewhat dependent on some of the development activity that's occurring next door. But a lot of it is finding the time and the prioritization to make improvements to ourselves. We're busy focused externally. The new additions this year is a $500,000 expenditure for the main office HVAC system. It's a 40-year-old system that basically has just outlived its useful life. And Lee in the facilities department will be handling this because it's part of the main office. And so he's asked that we budget $500,000 to deal with that. And then the next big item is the main campus plan, that the truck barn design. You can see that represented graphically down there in the bottom left corner of the slide. We developed several years ago a master plan for our facility to identify needs, both new items and maintenance items, and a new truck barn to basically house a lot of the fleet that we're purchasing. A fleet that right now is sitting outside, which is not a good situation at all. It's the elements get to it, but also it's not necessarily ready to go when we need it ready to go sometimes. So adding additional capacity at the road department is something we've identified and want to get to work on. And feel free if you have any questions about anything too. I forgot to mention at the onset. Interrupt us if you need to.
Barn, that's just a whole new facility on the property.
Yeah, it's going to look a lot like the warehouse space that we do have. Roll up doors, basically to house equipment. And it'll be right behind the ones that we have. Now onto the equipment side. And again, there are some carry forward items, the belly dump tractors and then pickup trucks, replacement within the road department. It's just something that those have been hard to get. So we have actually 10 that it's almost 2 to 3 years worth of a fleet that's mounted up. The big expenditure this year, and this is something we've been saving for with allocations into the building fund, is replacement of 4 dump trucks. The dump truck is the workhorse of the road department. It does the most work in all seasons. And so we graduate them through the road department such that the ones that are replacing right now are 1995, 1996 dump trucks, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles, and have certainly outlived their life expectancy. And like I said, we have been building reserves in the 330 fund so that as we replace our dump truck fleet, it doesn't hit us as hard. But there's other items here. We have a 5,000 gallon mag tanker trailer that that supports our not only our winter operations of the anti-ice that we put down on county roads preceding a storm, but also the summer dust abatement program where we apply magnesium chloride, similar product to roads to tamp down the dust. We have a $130,000 insulated asphalt pup trailer that supports our chip seal program, being able to have liquid asphalt out at the project, more of it, so that we can kind of keep the process going. We're not standing around waiting for oil. Public doesn't like to see that. We don't like to see it. And this can add some additional efficiency to what we do out there. There's upfitting. Yes.
The COAC meeting that we just covered with what's happening in California over all the electrification. Are we hoping that if we get in all these trucks that we'll be okay? Will they pass it, will we be able to use them? Remember, if they go electric with everything except for snow plows? I mean, that's what is in their document.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts with regards to electrification of not just the regular fleet, but also heavy equipment and large trucks. We simply can't, we see what California is doing and talking about, but the infrastructure just isn't here yet to support any of that. There maybe by the time these vehicles are outlive their life expectancy, the next purchase, and subsequent purchases we may jump into that arena. We're not afraid of it. It just the capacity doesn't exist at this point to bring that type of fleet into our arena.
So do you think you'll be able to get those 4 trucks this next year?
We're hopeful, and we decided, just given the amount of time it takes to get equipment, we need to do it sooner rather than later. So,
What kind of price premiums are you seeing from the last couple of years, and especially in terms of some of this large equipment?
yeah, maybe I'll ask Randy to chime in. Randy's our fleet and equipment division manager. Randy, I don't know if you heard the question, just over price escalation on equipment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So one example is that we had in our 5-year plan a second motor grader, and last year we purchased a Caterpillar 160 motor grader, and it was about $505,000. And our budget quote for this year was $613,000. So just year over year price increase. That's where we were at. So we stepped back from that machine and actually focused on our trucks for exactly what Chris said, that the availability is tough, and we need them in our fleet more than we need a second motor grader replacement. So we made that focus, but that was, over $100,000 on $500,000. So that's also echoing into the trucks. So, roughly 20% increase.
And while you're on, are you also seeing significant lead time increases? Like, are you getting a warning of, hey, if you want one of these by 2027, order it now?
So it depends on the chassis. The lead times on trucks are actually, they've been improving a little bit for truck chassis. But when you buy like a mechanical broom, like a street sweeper broom, that a chassis has to be purchased and then go to a factory and be built into another piece of equipment, those are out to 26, 27. So we seem to be able to get just straight chassis and then have them built faster, but there's actually a slight improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, is what it is. Yeah. Question though. So in terms of the 330 fund, we're expending out $5.3 million this year. It's a sizable investment. But we're backfilling that, supporting that with a $2.7 million transfer from the 325 fund. And that will leave us with a reserve of about 3.5 million to, again, still address some equipment need, but also start to get after maybe the construction side of the projects that will be moving forward in design. And again, these are backed by a facilities master plan, and then backed by an equipment replacement schedule that we have. So, are there any questions before I cede my time to Cody here to walk us through the CIP?
Hi, Chris. I guess my question would be just around that budget decision. Obviously, as you spoke to, there's a budget decision on moving the unbudgeted PILT into to pay down the courthouse. And I would just ask what are, to get the other side, we've been talking a lot about opportunity costs. What would you use that PILT for within Broad?
Yeah. So, with the trickle down budget theory, I invented that, by the way. Everything ends up in capital. And so it would support capital projects, big capital projects that are in our current TSP and soon to be in the TSP update, interchange projects on the south end, Deschutes River Woods. That's going to be a big project with a big price tag that's going to have a big county match associated with that in addition to probably some federal grant work, but you get grants when you put money on the table. Same could be said for Corey and the interchange that will be a part of our TSP in South Redmond area. In addition to all the other projects that are exclusive to the county system as well. We've been very successful in getting some of these state projects connecting to the county system with large county investment. The Tumalo roundabouts under construction, almost paid exclusively through road department funds. We've got $10 to $11 million in Terrebonne right now that's leveraging, a $30 to $40 million project. And more needs like that. And so that's where we've been successful, and that's where that 800,000 a year, would go, fund projects like that. Thank you.
Chris, we haven't talked about kind of the legislative trajectory of PILT and SRS here that much. Kevin, when Kevin came in and talked about his slice, he said like, well, I don't really, I don't know that much about PILT and SRS. I'm guessing you're tracking a lot more closely. Can you share a little bit with us about kind of what is going to be happening with those two federal fund sources in the next few years?
Yeah.
I've lost track of, how long SRS is authorized for at this point. And, when we're going to have another year of a nail biter year of, like, is it coming? Is it not coming?
Yeah. So SRS and PILT have both been reauthorized through, I think, legislation associated with the bipartisan infrastructure law. And SRS was restored to previous amounts. Whereas historically it's been dropping by 5% a year, almost to the point where our timber revenue, our share of it is almost equating to what SRS is. I think our timber revenue that we'd be entitled to receive if we received it as timber revenue, about $600,000 versus $700,000 in SRS. So when SRS, goes away, we still have that 1906 legislation that we tap into, and we'll still, the delta won't be as bad. PILT, on the other hand,
Much less fuels reduction we're going on for it.
correct. Yeah. Every year after this year is going to be nail biter, but it's always come through. PILT more so than SRS in terms of our accounting for it, or the ability to account for it. PILT affects a lot more counties in the United States of America than SRS, which kind of primarily exists just where the trees are. And so that gives it more momentum federally to get passed and make it through. Whereas SRS is always, a handful of senators, rolling it into something when they can, but it's bipartisan too. So that's nice. It'll continue to be that. Oh my gosh, are we going to get it? Oh, it came through.
So with the reauthorization in the bipartisan infrastructure law, when were these programs reauthorized until?
That
5 years.
is a 5-year.
So we're just about to wrap up the first fiscal year of that.
So some assurance for a while.
So as this group is kind of grappling with the deployment of PILT, we at least can feel pretty confident that it'll be around at these levels likely for another 4 years.
Yeah. The one concern I would have, we went through this unique process that enabled us to receive more PILT. There's always a chance that process could be addressed federally, and our bonus PILT could go by the wayside. So I'd weigh that risk. But PILT itself has survived a lot worse than this.
Okay, let's move on to the road CIP fund 465. Real quick overview of the fairly simplified version of Chris's diagram there of our 325 mothership and how we're moving funds around. So in our 465 fund, we've got three primary sources of revenue. First is our transfer from the road fund. I'll harken back to Chris's trickle down maintenance concept. So whatever's left after we've maintained and operated our system, that's what's going into our capital fund. Secondary source is our transportation SDC fund. It's not necessarily whatever revenue comes into that fund every year. It's the amount of work we do on projects that is SDC eligible. That's at least presently determining how much SDC funding we're transferring into the road CIP fund. And then lastly, state and federal grants that we'll receive directly into the 465 fund, such as surface transportation block grant program funds that at least up until now, depending on how our STBG state legislation goes here this legislative session, we were receiving those funds directly in the road CIP fund. Other funding sources, though, such as the ODOT local bridge program, Federal Lands Access Program funds, and All Roads Transportation Safety Program funds. So for fiscal year 24, we're projecting, or we budgeted a $10 million transfer from the road fund, $2.5 million in SDC funds, and about $1.7 million in state and federal grants. That's really two grants there. That's a $1 million grant. That's COVID relief funds that's going towards the Terrebonne sewer project that's actually being constructed as part of ODOT's US 97 Terrebonne project. And then the remainder there, that $700,000 is in ODOT local bridge program funds for our Gribbling Road Bridge replacement project. So with those revenue streams combined with a begin fund balance that we're projecting to be about $19 million and some interest, we're looking at $33.7 million in total revenue in the road CIP fund for fiscal year 24. Okay, so projects within our road CIP are basically broken down into 4 different categories. First is our transportation system projects, which are major road improvement projects that have been identified in the county's transportation system plan. It's also other projects that have been identified in special planning studies that we've implemented, or projects that we've entered into an intergovernmental agreement with. Generally, it's ODOT. Those projects usually fall into this first category. Second is our pavement preservation program, which are our contract pavement preservation projects that we've identified in our pavement management system. Our the traffic safety program, which are contract safety improvements, systemic type safety improvements, signage, guardrail, delineation, those kind of projects, generally to bring those features up to current state or federal standards. And then lastly, our bridge construction program, which includes bridge replacement or rehab based on projects identified in our bridge management system. So in our fiscal year 24 proposed budget, we're looking at about $13.8 million in transportation system project costs, $6.6 million in pavement preservation costs, $300,000 in traffic safety projects, and about $3 million in bridge construction, for a total project total of $23.6 million in fiscal year 24. Just kind of a snapshot of what's proposed within this budget. So $23.6 million total in local transportation infrastructure improvements. Built into that is $5.4 million in intersection safety and capacity improvements, $6.6 million in pavement preservation, $3 million in bridge replacement, about $3.7 million in bicycle and pedestrian improvements, $6.1 million in contributions to ODOT partnership projects, and about $1.7 million in state grant funding that we'll receive that I've already discussed. So we'll start talking about individual projects. First, real quick, just look at a couple projects that we have completed in our current fiscal year 23 to date. First one here is our pedestrian ramp improvement project that we did down in Lapine. So this involved replacement of about 45 pedestrian ramps within the city of Lapine. Total project cost $339,000. Another big one that we wrapped up here last summer, latter part of last summer, was our paving of Alfalfa Market Road, milepost 4 to Johnson Ranch Road project. So this included paving and delineation of almost 5.5 miles of Alfalfa Market Road, a total project cost of about $1.8 million. So next, we're going to start getting into projects proposed in our fiscal year 24 budget and work that's presently underway. Start with our Hunnell Road project. So this project includes improvement, realignment of about 3.7 miles of Hunnell Road. Hunnell Road classified as a collector road in our transportation system plan. Feeds right into the city of Bend on the north end. I know most people here are well aware of Hunnell Road and where it's at. We started construction on this project back in February. Anticipate we'll have construction on this project wrapped up by the end of this calendar year. Anticipating about $1.6 million in project costs in fiscal year 24. And next is our Deschutes Market Road, Hamehook Road roundabout project. This project's also under construction. We started work on this project at the end of April, or our contractor did. Anticipate this project being wrapped up in September of this year. Here and in our proposed budget, we plugged in $250,000 for fiscal year 24. We actually think quite a bit of our fiscal year 23 costs are going to roll over into fiscal year 24. Contractor got a little bit of a late start here and is not moving as fast as we anticipated right out the gate here. So some of that 2.3 million that was projected for fiscal year 23, we today it's looking like a good portion that's probably going to roll into fiscal year 24.
Cody, on the picture, that pipe, is that a culvert or what is?
That was actually a canal crossing, a COID canal crossing that went through the project. That was actually a first phase of the project that we delivered this past winter to get that going. I didn't have a great project or a great picture of the work that's taking place out there right now, at least when I was wrapping up this slideshow here a few weeks ago to get it submitted in time. But anyway, so yeah, that's actually a canal crossing that was replaced.
So this and a few other projects that I see, you don't have a ton of property to work with, so you're ending up making a fairly small circle. What's your model for how long the traffic flows are gonna, the circle is gonna support the traffic flows before you actually have too much traffic and it starts to cause you Reed Market style problems?
I mean, I guess a couple things on that. Number one, I guess in the case of many of these projects, it's usually not I guess this one's somewhat of an exception, but generally we're designing for a 20-year horizon period. Okay. I mean, the reality is, projecting 20 years out and certainly projecting farther out than that, there's a lot of things we don't know. We don't know what cars are going to look like 20 years from now, so we went into recess.
I think fins are coming back.
But yeah, in general, we're designing for a 20-year horizon period in terms of capacity. Driving force with a lot of these intersection improvement projects we're doing on the county road system is not so much capacity, it's just safety improvements. Mm-hmm. So, but obviously a project like this, we also get that capacity benefit as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and so now we're getting into projects that are currently under design. So beginning with our Powell Butte Highway Butler Market Road roundabout project. So this includes construction of a roundabout at the arterial highway intersection of Powell Butte Highway and Butler Market Road, out right next door to the Bend Airport. Project, we're right now reviewing the 90% plan set for this. Just just kicked off the right-of-way acquisitions for this. We've got a couple right-of-way acquisitions necessary for this project. Right now, hoping to have this out to bid late summer, early fall, and hopefully get construction started this fall. Fiscal year 24, we're projecting $2.6 million in project costs, which is more or less the entire construction cost. We're anticipating incurring all of that in fiscal year 24.
Butte Highway is a county road or not?
Yes.
Yeah, so we call it a highway, but it is a county road.
Yeah, highway is a funny term. Under the Oregon Vehicle Code, any public road is a highway. So even gravel local access roads. Okay, next is our Northwest Lower Bridge Way, Northwest 43rd Street intersection improvement project. So this project, we're right now we're in the process of awarding the contract for this. Actually, just submitted the contract for commissioner signatures yesterday. Kind of a two-phase project here. The first phase for this project in terms of design is going to be a refinement plan process to determine what the best geometry for this intersection is going to be. This intersection, for those of you not familiar with this location, this is basically the primary route into Crooked River Ranch. So right here, we're looking more or less west on Lower Bridge Way, and then 43rd Street peels off there. That's the main entrance into Crooked River Ranch. So a lot of traffic goes through this intersection. Most of them are making a turn movement there to get to Crooked River Ranch or come from Crooked River Ranch to head out to Highway 97. So first phase that we'll be working on here primarily in fiscal year 24 is determining what the best solution is for this intersection, whether it's going to be a roundabout, whether it's going to be left turn lanes with some realignment, a couple other scenarios we're going to look at. And then after going through that refinement planning process, then developing construction plans for that project and getting that project to construction. Next is Tumalo Reservoir Road, OB Riley Road to Sizemore Road improvements. So this is both a pavement preservation project and also a modernization project. The modernization element of this includes building widening of the road, in particular for the portion of this road that also serves as a portion of the Twin Bridges State Scenic Bikeway. We've had so that project was identified in the county's TSP, but meanwhile we've had some pavement deterioration issues on this road. It looks like in a lot of areas also some subgrade or base failure. So this is going to be a fairly substantial kind of the biggest tool in our toolbox in terms of pavement preservation was this full depth reclamation, which is basically grind up the existing road bed, put some type of additive to that, whether it's cement material or Portland cement or asphalt cement material in that to build a good solid road base, and then pave over the top of that, combined with the widening element for the State Scenic Bikeway portion of this to add that bike lane or shoulder bikeway capacity on this roadway. So looking at a multi-year project here for this one. Fiscal year 24 is primarily going to be designed for this project. Next, our US 97 Lower Bridge Way 10th Street project that we're doing in partnership with ODOT. This project just had a meeting yesterday. We're in the pre-final plan stage for this project, so they're moving towards a September bid advertisement for this project. So they're looking at bid opening and possibly contract award in October of this year. Probably not much work, construction work starting this year, but starting early in calendar year 24. So we have our in fiscal year 24, we've got what we at least right now intend to be our last contribution to this project. which is going to include about $5.1 million in our funding, plus allocating $2.9 million of our surface transportation block grant funding that ODOT is already holding, which is federal funding that ODOT can contribute directly to the project. And in doing that, we don't have to go through a fund exchange project process to convert those federal funds to state funds. ODOT can just receive those federal funds directly into this project as part of our match for that project. So with that, that's our total obligation under our project agreement to date, which is that $10,130,000. So looking forward to seeing this project be under construction here a year from now, more or less. Next is our ODOT's US 20 Locust Street project. So this is a roundabout project ODOT and the City of Sisters are working on. County is contributing $1 million to this project per an intergovernmental agreement that was executed earlier this year. Next is our South Century Drive Spring River Road roundabout project. So this will include design and construction of a roundabout at the South Century Spring River intersection. In our TSP update process that we'll be wrapping up this year, we haven't really talked too much about that yet here, but a project has been identified to build intersection improvement at the intersection of Venture Lane and South Century Drive, which is just off the top of the picture there on the page. That's the traffic signal intersection at the Sun River Business Park there. The concept that looks most promising there is actually a dog bone roundabout concept. So the intent with this project is when we are designing this project, we're also going to do some refinement and some preliminary design for that roundabout to the north to make sure these things are going to align properly, taking into consideration some of the bike ped components we have around there or opportunities for improvements to that. So we anticipate that with this project, we will be doing some at least initial concept level design for that other roundabout that's going to be in close proximity. We also, with this kind of same priority level as a new roundabout and project I'll get to on the next screen here, is a roundabout at South Century Drive and Huntington Road. So we're actually anticipating design and construction of both these roundabouts that will bundle those together. So we're looking at getting the RFP for design for these two roundabouts out later this calendar year. So get design kicked off here in fiscal year 24, and that'll carry into fiscal year 25 as well. And then our Lapine Stormwater UIC improvements project. So I know Lee Randall with Facilities has talked to the board about UIC improvement projects here fairly recently in the past, but this work's going to include installing pre-treatment systems on 17 stormwater dry well inlets in Lapine that are within the city of Lapine on the county road system. Excuse me, to bring us into compliance with the county's underground injection control permit that we have through the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. So we'll be designing this project in the fall and get it out to construction next spring.
We used to have Lake Lapine in the spring. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
That's all right. We still have Lake Sun River Business Park.
Oh, yeah,
And it sounds like that's a couple of years away.
Forget about those things. They used to get pretty bad sometimes.
Next, real quick, just looking at some of our key pavement preservation projects we've got identified that with work that'll be occurring in fiscal year 24. First one there is project on Roslyn Road, Tracy Road, and Wendy Road down in Lapine. That's actually a contract that we just awarded. Anticipating work on that project to start the first full week in June. That work will carry through a good part of the summer. But anticipate that'll be wrapped up here by the end of August. Next is Butler Market Road, and actually Butler Market Road and Dickey Road are going to be one combined pavement preservation project here. So we're anticipating having that project out to bid here within the next couple weeks. So that work will occur through this summer. Horse Butte Road out east of town. Project we're looking at delivering next summer, in the summer of 2024. Old Ben Redmond Highway and South Canal Boulevard corridor, basically the entire corridor from Highway 20 up to Helmholtz Way. Over the next 2 summers, looking at basically getting that whole thing repaved. This summer, we're looking at Highway 20 to Tumalo Road. And there's a portion of that's going to occur as part of ODOT's project, building the new roundabout at Highway 20 and Old Ben Redmond Highway. Next summer, looking at beginning in fiscal year 24, a much bigger project there to pave from Tumalo Road all the way up to Helmholtz Way on South Canal. We've also got Spring River Road in there plugged in for next summer, basically would start in fiscal year 24, carry into fiscal year 25. And then our miscellaneous local road projects, such as our slurry seal projects, other minor paving projects. We have a slurry seal project this year. We just opened bids on. We'll be hopefully actually presenting a notice of intent to award to the board for that contract next week. And looking at our bridge project, starting with our Gribbling Road Bridge Replacement Project. We're right now also reviewing 90% plans on this project from our consultant. We anticipate we'll be to final plans on this project probably within a couple weeks. Actually, we're hoping to have this project out to bid by the end of June. And construction work would be kicking off here kind of the latter part of the summer. This project is mostly funded through the ODOT local bridge program there, about $780,000 in ODOT funding anticipated. Next is our Smith Rock Way Bridge Replacement Project. This project's also right about at 90% design. Looking at probably having this project out to bid this fall. This project's a little more involved. This bridge crosses the North Unit Irrigation Canal, which is presently still owned by the U.S. government and under the management of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. So there's a federal component to this project that we've been working through. But we anticipate that's going to be all wrapped up here by the end of summer. And we can get this project out to construction. So in fiscal year 24, looking at $1.4 million, that's pretty much the entire construction estimate for the project, incurring that all in fiscal year 24. Next is our Hamehook Road Bridge Replacement Project. We just recently had put out a request for proposals for design for this project. So we're in the process, or actually next week we'll be in the process of negotiating the design contract for this project. We're hoping we can get this turned around and have this out for construction by the fall of next year. Similar to the Smith Rock Way Bridge, this is also a bridge that crosses the North Unit Irrigation Canal. So we're having to work with the Bureau of Reclamation on this project as well. So that there is that federal component with some boxes we have to check for NEPA and other things there. So anyways, anticipating fiscal year 24 is primarily just going to be design on this project. Construction will be budgeted to occur in fiscal year 25. Wilcox Avenue bridges removal. So we have these two smaller timber structures on Wilcox Avenue up by Smith Rock State Park that are both at the end of their service life. This is a project we've been carrying forward in our budget for a while. We've had some kind of issues with coordination on this one. It's taken us a while to determine who actually owns the canals under both of these bridges. What we've ultimately finally determined is that one of them belongs to COID one of them belongs to the Lone Pine Irrigation District. The Lone Pine Irrigation District's relatively small and so we've had some challenges coordinating or working with them on this project, but we think we're in a spot now where hopefully we can get this project going so we can get this work done next spring. So it's basically just going to be removal of these two structures and building a more traditional roadbed over the top of piped canals. And lastly, this is I'm calling this kind of a placeholder item. This is our local access road bridges program that we've been working on. Hasn't been going as quickly or as well as we had liked, but we are budgeting some funds in fiscal year 24 and intend to budget some more funds in subsequent years to address potential county funding or other involvement in maintenance or replacement of a few local access road bridges that in particular some bridges around the county that provide the sole access to what we'll call residential areas, but those bridges exist on local access roads, so they're public roads, but under state law we can't spend county funds on them without some type of special program in place. So more to come on this. We're hoping to have something put together to present to the board here, hopefully within the next month to talk about during a work session. But like I said, this is more or less a placeholder for some money that we anticipate will be ultimately up to the board whether or not we want to move forward with some of these taking on some of this responsibility and cost for some of the issues with these local access road bridges.
I just had a call about it. One of these little bridges that had 10 residences on the other side of it. Can you identify this one or do we?
What you're looking at right there is that's River Road up in the Skyliners neighborhood. So if you went up Skyliners Road, almost to the end there, this turns off right there in that Skyliners neighborhood.
There are 10 houses on the other side.
That sounds, yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
This is my last slide here. Just real quick, look at our 5-year road CIP. I'm assuming everyone in this room got a copy of this thing. I won't dive into details on this, but just kind of the big picture here. What we're looking at. About $41 million in transportation system projects over the next 5 years. Within that this fiscal year 24 being the one exception, we're not looking at too many more big ODOT partnership projects for the rest of the 5-year period. That certainly could change, but just a snapshot of what we're looking at today. That's what we're seeing. About $25 million in pavement preservation projects, $1.2 million in traffic safety projects, and $9.7 million in bridge construction for a total estimate over the next 5-year period of $77.3 million. So a lot more information and detail provided in this document. So hopefully you'll get a chance to look at that.
Okay, a lot of work. When will the transportation system plan update catch up with the capital improvement plan? When are we going to see stuff from one being crosswalked over to the other?
Yeah, I would say next year at the budget committee meeting, we'll have the TSP approved. We'll have the CIP that results from that approval process in place, which, it'll from the onset, it'll look a lot like that 5-year plan with maybe an additional project coming in. Cody referenced the Venture Lane roundabout, but initially, they're going to look a lot alike in the 0 to 5 timeframe. Any other questions?
In the CIP document on page 5, you have the kind of the spreadsheet of the numbers across, and I just noticed that the interest line says 0.05%, and I know that that's going to be going up. So I just assume there'll be a little bit more resources because when you're sitting on 10 and $20 million fund, it'll add up quicker.
Yeah, I mean, this was, I think that 0.5%, that was probably, I don't know if I updated that number this year. I think that was, looking back.
Just jump.
Last year-
that Across a lot of the funds, it's, used to be 50,000, now it's 150 or 200,000, it really does kind of compound, especially with a fund like that. But
Yeah.
There'll be a little bit more asphalt or rock we can,
If it doesn't go up in
if it
price.
doesn't go past the inflationary.
Okay. Well, there are no other questions. Thank you again for your time, and we are done early. I'll note. Maybe this might be a first. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
We do have a couple minutes and I noticed that I missed the review the agenda changes and follow-up items. Is there anything you wanted to mention in that category?
No, I think we headed up the agenda with the motion numbers in there, to make it a little bit smoother today.
All right.
So are we taking it?
So we could take a 5-minute break. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Open at this time for public comment. If there's no public comment, we'll turn it over to 4-H and for introductions.
There she is. Hi. Hello, thank you. Today we're here to present the Oregon State University Deschutes County Extension Fiscal Year 24 budget. We'll start with introductions.
So I'm Lauren Kellogg, one of the board members for the last 3 years. I represent the forestry, kind of a broad forestry and agriculture areas, background in Oregon State University forestry and running a small ranch and wood business in Redmond.
My name is Mary Meyer. I am with the, obviously, the Advisory Council and under the
SNAP-Ed.
Oh, SNAP-Ed, the SNAP-Ed, which is the former food stamp program. And we do nutrition education in the community, in the schools, farmers markets, food banks, in any place anyone would like to see us. And of course, everyone eats, so we're out there all over.
Cool.
Hello, everybody. Nicole Strong, Regional Director for OSU Extension. I have the joy and privilege of working with all these folks in Crook, Deschutes, Jefferson counties, Warm Springs, Hood River, Wasco, Sherman, Gillum, Morrow, and Wheeler counties. So thank you for having me today.
And I'm Holly Lyons, the Administrative Office Manager at our office in Redmond. This is my first year of being the office manager, but I have been involved in this process since 2016. So I am a familiar face, I hope, to many of you. All right. So as I said, we're here to present Oregon State University's extension budget for Deschutes County. Extension statewide has 7 main programs, and in Deschutes County, we have programming under 5 of those umbrellas. And the first one is the most prominent that everybody knows about. That's our 4-H. This year, our 4-H staff supported 600 youth and volunteers in 72 clubs across the state, had a wonderful fair, and we expect to have an even better fair this summer. Under the Family and Community Health umbrella, we have our Master Food Preservers, our SNAP-Ed and nutrition education, and they also do a wonderful Food Hero program that's a dynamic website and a batch of instructional resources for people at home and in the school system. The agriculture and horticulture umbrella, we have the Master Gardener program and the plant clinic, and right now 125 volunteers, certified volunteers and new trainees. Under Open Campus, we have the Juntos program, which is our college preparedness program for our Spanish-speaking families and students, and this prepares them to be their family's first-generation college attendees and graduates. And as a side effect, they have almost nearly 100% high school graduation as well. And then under our forestry and natural resources umbrella, we have our fire program and our fire specialist that is housed in Deschutes County, but she has a ginormous region. And by the way, the other 2 programs that Deschutes doesn't have is the Sea Grant for obvious reasons and Outdoor School, which is headquartered at campus in Corvallis. So our accomplishments, I am sure you're as happy as I am that we are in a post-COVID recovery mode. Our Master Gardener program workshop interest and registrations are at an all-time high and waitlisted. Like I said, we have 125 trainees and certified volunteers this year. They're staffing the plant clinic right now through fall or until fall. Our Master Food Preserver program is currently running for the first time since 2019. And in fact, they have 1 more week left, and then we'll have a full batch of new Master Food Preservers. 4-H was able to deliver programming through creative programming and modality throughout COVID, but we've still had a 10% increase in enrollment and volunteers this year. Our SNAP-Ed educators were really busy. They have delivered a couple of hundred classes and made several dozen public events with nearly 10,000 contacts, 3,900 youth contacts in the schools. And then there at the office on the fairgrounds, we have served nearly 2,000 walk-ins since July of 2022.
Oh, Holly, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Forage has increased by 10% from what period of time?
Since last year. So last year was a still affected by COVID.
Yeah, so
But
it's
they-
last fall's enrollment.
Yeah.
So what about from 19? Because I know the horse program was only half the number of kids were at the show last summer. And I'm just wondering, how do the numbers compare with 19?
2019. So we're not quite back up to that, but we're getting there.
Because I'm a 10-year forager. I love the program.
Absolutely.
Whatever we can do to bring it more recognition and please bring it more press this summer.
Okay.
The press did not get there till Sunday morning when I got asked people to come. The forage programs, there's all the things that don't happen during the fair, and those kids definitely deserve some recognition.
Thank you for that feedback.
Well, thank you for being here.
Yes. All right. Our 23-24 requirements, the pie chart here I think that's kind of a simplified version. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Our estimated payroll and faculty support this year is almost $585,000. That is a 11% increase over last year's estimated payroll and support. We do have some security, safety, and technology upgrades to make that are included in our budget. Our debt service will be our sixth payment of 20 this year.
I was going to ask, was the payroll support adding anybody, or is that just either an increased share or just the price of doing business at the university?
So, yeah, we'll get some more details into that in a later slide, but yeah, we had to be very creative and competitive. We also were able to finally fill all the county supported positions this year, first time since 2019. So it's complicated, but yeah. I'm sure everybody understands. Yeah, we will. And now Nicole will talk about the extension funding sources and budget model at scale.
So I thought it might be helpful to figure out how this agreement works, give a brief overview for folks who aren't familiar with it. We used to be called the Cooperative Extension Service because we actually legally need local financial support to be able to have a county extension service or a unit. You know, in the case of the tribal extension program, the tribes contribute a certain amount of money. And that is funded through a mix of federal dollars and the statewide public services, which includes extension, ag experiment stations, and forest research laboratories are part of that statewide package. So in general, the state and federal funds pay for our program faculty and then central support, communications, HR, fiscal, grants, all that. And then the county funds support operations, computers, lights on, offices, travel, support staff. And then Deschutes is one of 26 counties in Oregon where the extension service is funded through a service district. And I think I only have 4 service districts in this region. Otherwise, I'm making annual requests for general fund allocations. Okay. So this is how we're funded in the big picture. State is around 42%. They've been actually not keeping up with current service level funding, and we have a request in under Senate Bill 458 to rectify that current service level shortage, which would help with some of the vacancies that we have. We've been operating through attrition rather than laying people off. If people retire or leave, we just don't fill those positions with that shortage. And then federal government's only 6%. Both those numbers are reduced over time. County government across the state provides around 21%. OSU contributes 1% through the general fund dollars, and that's usually for programs that directly involve student recruitment. We get a lot of grants, a lot of external funding that we leverage, more than 1-to-1 with county funds, if you look at that. And then we do a little bit of revenue generation, and we have philanthropy. Both of these budgets exclude outdoor school because they're funded through lottery dollars. This is how we allocate the dollars. The biggest chunk is ag and natural resources. And I wanted to add, while I'm thinking of it, we have most of our faculty in Central Oregon serve more than one county. So though we don't have commercial ag folks housed in Deschutes County right now, we do have livestock agent Scott Dugan and Gordon Jones, our brand new crops and forages faculty. They're housed in Crook County, but they serve Crook, Deschutes, Jefferson, and Warm Springs. And we have the Central Oregon Ag Research and Extension Center based out of Madras, and they serve the Tri-County area. So if you feel like they are not serving the whole region, please reach out to me and we'll make sure that that the visibility is rectified. So ag, then 4-H, family community health, forestry and natural resources. Sea Grant is a very small program. Open Campus gets a really small allocation, so they heavily rely on grants and other partnerships. And then program support, which includes our IT, extension communications, HR, all of that. And then we pay the university 5%, and then 9% is for our vice provost, associate vice provost, regional directors, program leaders. Yeah.
Get the extra state funds that you're looking through, just in case like the Senate doesn't pass anything. What are you going to do to your budget? Are you going to peanut butter that, or?
We're going to keep going. We keep looking for external funding. I have seen more folks relying on county dollars, so increase requests to where we can get, I know. And then we don't have a request this year. And then we can't fill vacant positions, which in Central Oregon right now is a forestry and my old job, forestry and natural resources, and our specialty crops small farms agent. So it's very challenging to operate in that mode. I worry a lot about the people who are here left trying to cover more with less, burnout, and turnover is high right now. So that it's not an ideal way to work. It doesn't align with my values as a supervisor or as an organization.
And that brings us to our challenges. As Nicole talked about, our small farm and forestry agent positions remain vacant due to our inadequate statewide funding. And those staffing gaps, as also she just mentioned, continue to put pressure on other faculty and just really have a negative workload ripple effect throughout our offices in the region. The administrative positions, which are the county supported positions, are all finally occupied for the first time since 2019, however, at an increased cost. And this is what you were asking about earlier. In order to be competitive in a really challenging staffing environment and with low unemployment rates and with a lot of people wanting to work from home, we had to kind of go back to the drawing board and rework some of those positions, those support positions that we desperately need to keep things going. And that means they cost more money. But we did get those filled. We do need them. Just to throw some numbers at you, the payroll benefits and faculty support is now 84% of our fiscal year tax resources, not including our carryover. That other 16% will cover internal fees or audit fees and our debt service. So the rest of it's going out of our rollover or carryover, which is just not sustainable. So that brings us to our first future initiative, which is to start identifying additional resources to supplement that increased payroll. But we can't just be focused on making payroll. We also would like to assess potential benefits and support of a secondary location somewhere in the Bend area so that we can be more accessible to the 50% of the population that's in this area and in the immediate surrounding areas, and including our Sun River folks all the way down to Lapine. We do have a robust SNAP Ed program in Lapine, but they all pay property taxes down there, and we have a lot of other services that we could be helping them with. So I feel pretty passionate about making us more accessible to all of them.
We are currently on the list for the OSU Cascades Innovation District build out, that we might have a space there, which would be helpful. But yeah.
So when you say secondary location, do you mean a permanent location or just something that you can use in that region to access the population there?
To be determined at this point. It depends what the needs are, what support we receive. This is going to have to be all tertiary funded, so we I even can see use of a mobile, some sort of type of mobile, either a plant clinic or some type of education mobile that is able to go to the people that aren't able to drive. You know, La Pine's 47 miles away from our office. I don't think they're going to be driving up with their plant questions. So a mobile option would be, that might be a good first step.
Mhm.
But mobiles are also expensive, so. And that's our presentation. Any other questions?
For future initiatives, you talk about identify additional resources. What are some of those?
So grants largely, I've been scouring all of our, especially on the OSU website, they've got tons of just resources for us to consider. The Ford Family Foundation, I think it's Ford Family. It was one of the first ones that popped up on my radar, and I'll be having a conversation with them soon to see if we can plug into some of those funds. I'm also going to be hopefully working with some of the faculty to kind of prod them to look for funding for their own areas. You know, we could use more people for sure. And without starting a major volunteer program, that help will cost some money. But we have enjoyed an increase in population, which means we have an increase in need, but we have the same staffing. So we're doing our best with what we have.
Yep. Prioritization on the funding that you will be applying for grants. So it'd be for mobile. Do you have a list that you would go in order of
prioritization as far as grants?
Yes.
I think
mobile van, or we talked about
that would be, I mean, a location in Bend or a mobile option would be my first. I haven't brought that to the
I also think we need to increase capacity for some of our volunteer programs, 4-H positive youth development. It is a big time commitment to train, manage volunteers. And then if we want to have club-based and after-school summer camp type programming, we can't rely on just one faculty. It becomes a 24/7 job. And I think I can announce that our current 4-H faculty has resigned after 2 years. And unfortunately, it's because of that. It was just unsustainable at that rate. So, and I've had 3 4-H resignations in the last 3 months. So I think we need to really think about how we're supporting our faculty so that they can do this job and not burn out. So, and the challenge with grants, as you all know, is that people love to pay for new programs. They don't necessarily want to sustain positions and salary. So, or you end up hiring somebody for a couple of years, and then when the grant runs out, you have to let them go. So it's not ideal to fund people that way. Mm-hmm.
Is this rate 2.24 cents per thousand of assessed value? Is that how long has that been your rate, and is that your maximum?
It is always, yep, it has been our rate since we were voted in, and it is our max, unfortunately.
And is that revisable, or?
My understanding is we'd have to dissolve this and go up to the voters again, which is risky.
For agriculture in the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we could have a motion to approve.
I make the motion to approve Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District operating budget of $1,057,228 and set the tax rate at 0.0224 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
I will second.
We have a second. All those in favor?
So point of discussion, for some reason, I'm thinking it's 4.2 cents and not 2.2 cents.
It's 2.2 is what the document.
I see that, but I'm just making sure we don't pass it without 2 pennies, because that's very important. It's just, I'm surprised to see.
That's why they need to go back to the voters, perhaps.
I think the 911 service district is 0.42, but I think extension. 4-H extension is correct at 0.02, but I can.
No,
check
just
online as
yeah,
well.
just in case, if it's,
Yeah.
if it's not that number, we can.
Holly, do you know what the number is?
It's supposed to be 0.0224, I believe.
Okay, when that's what it said. yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's
I have
good,
been telling.
good answer to have, right?
I didn't like doing it.
You know, that
Yeah.
does
Only.
appear to be
Hearing them
correct.
for.
That'd be a wonderful typo.
Nobody will
All right,
notice.
we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. We'll close that public meeting.
One more question. That bill 458 was it? What committee did that run through and where is it in the process?
Senator Hansel sponsored that bill. It went through Ways and Means. It's gone back and forth with the amount.
And so it didn't have to go through like the Natural Resources Committee or anything like that, went straight to Ways and Means,
Mhm,
and that's where it's waiting right now.
mhm.
All right, next up is Sun River Service District.
Public safety building is going to have a incentive. So if there's something
Yeah.
use on that, talk to Mindy.
Yeah, you guys can do something in Sun River. Yeah.
Well, the county's paying for part of it.
Yeah, we're
We should
paying
do
for
that.
8 million. Hey, give us. Again. You're always eating.
I'm fine here.
Take care, stay in touch. Bye.
I can try that.
All right, we need to open the public meeting and we'll turn it over to you folks for introductions.
Good morning. For those who don't know me, my name is Gerhard Bienen. I am the Sun River Service District Treasurer.
Robert Foster, Sun River Service District Board Member.
Mindy Holiday, Sun River Service District Board Administrator.
And before you get started, I do need to ask if there's any public comment. If not, please go ahead.
Okay, two other members of the Budget Committee are not here, and that's Betty Butler and also Mike Golke.
She's watching.
They're online, or
Betty is, yeah.
Betty is, okay. All right. And then, of course, if there are any very difficult questions, Jim Pfister will take those. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Sun River Service District. I think all of you are aware that the Sun River Service District provides police and fire services, EMS services in the Sun River area. That's not only inside of the Sun River Resort, so to speak, but also large parts of South County, South Deschutes County. In fact, on the order of 10 to 15% of our EMS and fire calls are outside of the Sun River Resort, so to speak, and about 31% of our police calls come from outside of the resort. Okay, next slide, please. Or do I control it? Oh, there you go. All right. Very good. All right. So we have three separate funds for the Sun River Service District. We have Fund 717, which is the fund that we use for the construction of our new public safety facility. We have Fund 716, which is our capital reserve fund. And we have Fund 715, which is our operating fund that we pay salaries and materials and services out of. So I'll go in that order. We'll start off with Fund 717. This is a relatively new fund. We just set it up last year. And that's when we started getting resources for the construction of a new public safety facility. So you can see here in the blue column is the actual from the previous year. The kind of orangish columns or salmon color columns are for the current fiscal year. And then the columns to the right in the somewhat yellow or gold color are for future, for the coming fiscal year 24. And so last year,
just in the month of June, we took out a $7 million loan. And we actually netted 6.97 million from that loan. And we also, we took that loan out after a levy was passed by the Sun River owners so that we have a mechanism for repaying that loan over the next 10 years. All right. For this fiscal year, you can see we had the beginning fund balance of 6.97. We got some interest income. Then we got the levy proceeds of 799,000 and $4 million from the county TRT, which we are very appreciative of in supporting our facility. So $11.9 million in terms of resources. And you can see in terms of the cost projection, we projected we'd spend about 5.9 million. That's probably pretty high. Through the end of April, we've only spent 1.25 million. And part of that has to do with delays, and part of that has to do with perhaps a little bit of optimism when we actually did the budgeting. But we will probably spend, I would guess, maybe somewhere on the order of maybe a little bit more than $2 million before the end of this fiscal year at the end of June.
Bills are coming in.
Yeah, the bills are starting to come in. So just to kind of give a real quick update, we have a design. The first half went out for bid a couple of weeks ago. We will be getting those bids in shortly, and we anticipate starting construction in the June timeframe of this year. The total project is likely to take about 18 months. And so we're anticipating finishing sometimes in early 2025. We were hoping to finish in the end of 2024, but most likely we'll finish in 2025 now. Okay, for the budget for fiscal year 24, you can see we're starting beginning balance 9.2 million. And as I said, that's likely to be slightly higher because our expenses will be lower for this year. We get $200,000 in interest income. And then another $803,000 in levy proceeds, an additional $2 million from Deschutes County, giving us $12.2 million in resources. Expected cost of about 13 or 11.5 million. And you can see at the end of the year, and we have a $650,000 contingency, and you can see at the end of the year, we're projecting an end fund balance of about $46,000. Now, I think that's probably conservative. We'll have a little bit more, but we are going to be using up the vast majority of our available resources on the construction during fiscal year 24.
And then the July 1st, 2024, we'll be getting the last infusion of the 2 million from the TRT fund. So thank you again for that to help with all the remaining construction and going into that next fiscal year. And in addition to that, I think it's important to point out another great partner with this program was the Sun River Homeowners Association. They sold us the building for $1. And then and that'll go into effect July 1st. We'll officially have ownership of the building as we are, I think we did not get any appeals for our permits through Deschutes County. So that's very exciting. And so once that all goes through next month, we'll officially have ownership of the building. And then we've negotiated a land lease. It's a 99-year land lease, I believe, Treasurer Beenan.
Yep.
To pay a lease amount every year to the Sun River Homeowners Association. So it was really great to have them as a partner. Also I know the commissioners' calendars, but this weekend I'll be sending out information on a groundbreaking event, June 22nd at 11 a.m. You're all invited. Please carpool. And so we're hoping to have a great event there with the community really start kickstart this project and all the players involved as well. And then lastly, I hope everyone, if you would like to get on the email serve for the monthly updates, the board sends an update every month of the status of the project, a quick financial breakdown. So hopefully that's been helpful. The goal of the SSD board is to be transparent. And so in an effort to make sure everybody's on the same page with this project where we share that update monthly. So let me know if you're not on that list, I'd be happy to add you.
Okay, any questions about the Fund 717? All right. Oops, went too far. Capital Reserves, Fund 716. And again, we have two previous fiscal years here. The one thing I'll highlight is that if you look at fiscal year 21-22, you'll see that we transferred $1.5 million into our capital reserve. And that's because at that point in time, we felt we did not have sufficient funds in our capital reserve. And so, and by putting that 1.5 million, we brought ourselves up to a reserve ratio of 100%. Now, with the new building and some other things taking place, we have a reserve study taking place later on this summer, and we will verify whether or not our reserves are sufficient going forward. But as of the last reserve analysis, we were at 100% funded, so we were in pretty good shape on reserve. You can see for this fiscal year, we had starting off beginning balance of 2.4 million. There was some slight, interest income and some proceeds from asset proceeds, and then a transfer from our existing fund 715. Each year we contribute on the order of about $325,000 from our operating fund into the reserve fund, giving us a total set of resources of 2.8 million for the fiscal year. That's what we projected and what we budgeted and what we're projecting right now. You can see the expenses there. Police was significantly higher than projected. We had projected we had budgeted 126,000. We're spending 226,000. There was a significant turnover in police vehicles. They are not lasting as long as anticipated. And so we've had to go out and procure, I think, 4 new vehicles this year. And in addition, there were some other public safety items, such as rifles for each police officer, ceramic vest to prevent rifle shots from getting through, and also some new sidearms and tasers. And so we really spent an awful lot on the police this year in terms of new capital items. We're hoping that going forward, particularly with respect to vehicles, we'll be seeing about 1 vehicle per year. But this year we had to put in quite a few more. On the fire side, a very small amount spent, $12,000. And so there was no real needs there. We are in the process of looking at a new ambulance. Excuse me, we don't need it right now, but it takes about 2 to 3 years to get a new ambulance. So we're in the beginning of that process, and we will probably have to make a down payment perhaps next year on that, although we would not get that ambulance next year. And so from a reserve perspective, our total requirements of 238,000, but we put in quite a bit more than that. We put in over 325,000. So we're still continuing to build our reserves. And we believe that in fiscal year 24, we will continue to do that, adding well over another 100,000 or so to the total reserve account. Any questions on the reserves?
And I think it's important also to point out that, with the Safeway shooting last year, it did bring to light some pieces that the police force did need as far as sharing ballistic helmets, different things. And so the board has been really dedicated to not only the police having vehicles, but also the equipment for each police officer to respond to any sort of situation and have those materials available for safety of our officers as being a number one priority for the board. And then obviously, as Treasurer Bina mentioned, just the board having a commitment, even though budgeting can start to get tight, to really put funds into that reserve fund. Luckily, fire hasn't needed as many things, but like he said, with that ambulance coming, that's going to be where they're going to, hopefully, police will be up to date, and then we can go to fire and assess those needs as well.
What's the down payment on an ambulance?
I'm trying to remember, but I think it's, close to $100,000.
Yeah, it's almost half, I think.
They're talking about almost half once the order is complete. The order might be complete next year. This in particular is it's a new ambulance and a new box. So it's a full new chassis and new box. Both our boxes have been retrofitted once, and common practice says do that and then move to full new.
Yeah.
And we currently have 2 ambulances. One is fairly new, the actual vehicle, and It's, I think, only a couple years old. But the other ambulance, I think it's on the order of 18. Oh, I thought it was a little more than that, 12. So a lot of miles, a lot of, yeah.
The challenge we face with the reserves is that, you know, if we had a huge fleet, okay, every year we'd buy 1 or 2 vehicles and that expense would be even. But because of our relatively small fleet, the expenses look like this. You know, you start looking at $1 million for a fire engine. You don't have to do that often, but if you just throw that in a budget in 1 year, you're sunk. So we're trying to look out and average the cost.
Okay, this is Fund 715, which is our operating fund, and maybe a little bit difficult to read, but let me kind of take you through this. We bring in just slightly over $5 million a year in terms of tax revenue. We also bring in about $300,000 in terms of ambulance revenue. And then there are other miscellaneous sources of income at $200,000. So for fiscal year 22-23, resources of about $6 million. Most of that coming from the tax revenue. Now our tax revenue grows at about 3.3% a year. And that's it. We don't see much any more than that. And the ambulance revenue is pretty uniform. Sometimes we get a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but you know, we don't see a lot of growth in the ambulance revenue either. Okay. In terms of both police and fire, our police and firefighters entered into a new CBA this year. They both, we had to negotiate a new CBA with both teams. It was pretty unfortunate. This is probably the worst year to negotiate a CBA because, you know, at the time that we were doing the negotiation, there's all this talk about high inflation and stuff like that. And so they got significant increases, 7% over 3 years, 7% each year over the next 3 years. So that's pretty significant. And we're not a leader in terms of the resources that are dedicated to police and fire, but they watch very closely what happens in the region around them. And they say, well, you know, we're part of that region, and rightfully so. And so pretty significant increases there. So we have a little bit of a challenge on Fund 715 because resources are going up by 3.3%. Personnel costs are roughly 85% of our total budget. And so if the personnel costs are going up by over 7%, that leads to some challenges going forward. Now, on the quote unquote good news side, we are rarely fully staffed. We budget to be fully staffed, but we are rarely fully staffed. When we put the budget together for fiscal year 24, I remember our police chief saying, yes, we are finally fully staffed. We are no longer fully staffed. You know, and so we've had
Record, we were fully staffed for 18 hours.
18 hours, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's a challenge for both our police and fire, primarily on the police, but also on the fire to maintain fully staffed resources. And so we put together a budget, and you'll see in this budget that we're basically a break-even budget. And so if we don't use our contingency, but you know, that's assuming we're fully staffed, and most likely we won't be fully staffed. So normally in a normal fiscal year, we generally come in under budget because of vacancies.
And that's also assuming using the contingency, which I don't believe the district.
Yeah, we haven't used.
Hasn't ever used the.
We haven't used the contingency.
And
So police, you can see we're projecting about $2.3 million in police cost. Fire, that includes bicycle patrol too, by the way, in that we, during the summer months, we hire about 8 individuals to patrol our pathways on bicycles because of the high influx of tourists. And so, and that's a joint expense between the service district and SROA. They both contribute to that. And then fire and rescue, you can see a total of about just under 3.2 million. Now it says only about a 2% increase there. In part, that's because we are taking some of the material expenses that would normally fall underneath the fire department, such as building expenses and stuff like that. And we're transferring that into our administration account. Since it's going to be a joint facility going forward, we thought that was a more equitable way of doing it than having the fire people assume full cost for the facility. So that
you see that my account, it's not that I'm spending a lot more money.
Yeah, so the administration's going up. Administration going up by 54%, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're transferring expenses there that used to be in the fire department. So total requirements of just almost $6 million, 7% increase over the previous year. And then you can see that, a $96,000 deficit, but that's assuming a $75,000 contingency, which we rarely have used. We have not used as long as I've been associated with the service district. And so it's there if we need it, but we have not used it. I think the biggest challenge for us is not this year. I think I'm very confident we'll be able to meet this year. The challenge is as we go forward into future years with our revenue only growing by 3.3% and expenses going up by on the order of 7%, it's going to be very difficult. We're going to have some very tough decisions, either on the revenue side or on the expense side.
And to add to that, we have been looking into more grants and other options. I know on the administrative side, I was able to get some from the Special Districts Association of Oregon. The fire department wrote a couple for the Oregon State Fire Marshals. Unfortunately, we did not get those grants. I also have been working with the police department on some grants for some dash cam video capabilities through the Senate funds, through the federal government, through the COPS grants, and we won't know that till hopefully September. So we are looking at other areas to help supplement some of these needs, but it is still an issue.
All right, that's the end of the presentation, unless there's any other questions.
I'll just acknowledge that Lapine Fire District levy passed, so that's going to be another
Yeah.
ambulance crew. So that'll help on the call out of district and support of the respond in district.
Right.
I think it's also important to note that we have not increased our rate in many years. And so the SSD board's committed to keeping it at that current rate as long as possible, especially considering that we have recently gone out for the 10-year capital improvement levy for our voters recently. So with that commitment to our Sunriver owners and residents, the board is really striving to not only still put money away in reserves, keep that levy rate the way at the current rate, but also try to balance a budget.
Yeah, the other challenge that will come, we have the ability to raise the rate approximately about 13 cents, and that will give us 1 year reprieve. And so at that point in time, after once we get to the point where we have to raise the rate, we'll have about 1 more year where we'll have to face a much more significant financial decision as to whether we reform the district or we just go on for continuing levies.
Our comment on staffing, I'm sure, is a familiar one to everybody in here, but putting that in perspective, those of us who've had a few more birthdays remember when you'd post an opening for a firefighter and you might get 30 to 50 to 60 applicants. Now we feel lucky if we get 2. So it isn't just that we're beating up our employees and driving them away. It's that when something happens that otherwise makes them leave, it's really tough to replace them.
Yeah, we face a couple different challenges in that. One is that, they're both very small departments, on the order of about 13 to 15 individuals. And second of all, we are somewhat remote from areas. So there's a commute that people have to go back and forth. And so that makes it challenging in terms of recruiting and retaining people.
And also being just a smaller district, it's very hard to compete with the Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, Clackamas, that are offering much higher salaries, college tuition, and other benefits. So we do have an open position right now, and we're working hard to get that filled. We also just have recently opened the fire chief position that closes here in the next week. We've gotten quite a few really great applicants, so we're looking forward to starting that process. And then Chief Mike Wilmer is going to be retiring at the end of this year. So here soon, we're going to be opening up the police chief position to start the interview process for that. Any other questions?
All right, if no further questions, we do have a motion. Can you remind us who the voting members are on this? Is it the full budget committee? Okay,
It's the Sun River Service District Budget Committee, so it's the three county commissioners, Director Foster, and Citizen Butler, if we could bring her in. And then Citizen Goki is not here.
It might be online. Okay.
okay,
But with the three commissioners and Director Foster, you do have a quorum.
there you go. Okay,
That's the good news.
all right, go ahead.
Okay, so we have, I make the motion to approve Sun River Service District operating budget of $9,966,015 and set the tax rate at $3.31 per thousand of assessed valuation. When we do each separately, correct?
Did we,
Yeah, 9 million isn't the operating budget.
Each motion
should be. 9 million isn't the operating budget.
It's the total budget.
Was it total budget? Okay,
That's correct.
all right.
second?
Yes.
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Did you vote?
Did you vote in favor?
I'm sorry. Voting in favor, Robert, missed it.
Right, motion is approved.
And I want to make the motion to approve the Sun River Service District reserve budget of $3,006,017.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
And then I want to make the motion to approve the Sun River Service District capital budget of $12,206,678 and set the local option capital improvements tax rate of 47 cents per thousand of assessed valuation.
Second. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
We will close that public meeting.
No. Did it. Now, for some reason, it's not a deal because.
Yes, we're ready for Blackview Service District.
Really good.
I read about it all the time.
Yeah, she's doing.
Good work.
Yeah, reach out to Kim Riley right now. Hear about the
You might want to because if anything happens, it's okay because there were still a majority, they're still putting budget meeting supporting it. The black.
Whatever you guys do the extra 9 right here. we must leave them. There you go.
All right, next up is Blackview Service District. We'll open this public meeting. And I'll turn it over to you for introductions.
Great, thank you very much. Chair Adair, Vice Chair DeBonne. What's that? Chair DeBonne, Vice Chair Adair, Commissioner Chang, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak and present the Black Butte budget. In interest on day 4 before lunch, I kept it simple per my wife's directions. So I would like to introduce Lee and Jill. They were part of the budget committee that helped navigate this system. So just jumping right into it, we do not have any PowerPoint presentations. I would imagine PowerPoint fatigue's kicking in by now. I do have an executive summary that's in the binder. Not much change from last year. The personnel increases were through the collective bargaining agreement at 5%. Vehicles, we were able to source a vehicle from the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. And then we're waiting on 2 new vehicles. Hopefully we can spend money out of this fiscal year for 1 Dodge Ram and then in FY24 another Dodge Ram. And that's going to complete our vehicle outlay with some pretty significant cost savings in FY25 and FY26. So our vehicle fleet's actually looking pretty good. Of course, that's minus any problems that we have over the summer. Equipment, not unlike Sun River, I prioritized technology and sourcing some things. My radios, portable radios, Motorola radios were end of life. They're still working fine. They probably have 20 more years left in them, but if they do break, I'm not going to be able to fix them. So looking towards purchasing Harris radios, which is what the county runs out in our area, and they're cheaper by a factor of about 1 to 9. So a Harris radio is $1,000. Motorola is $9,000 a piece. So we're going to switch to the still maintain the functionality and the operational capability of the radio and the communication systems, but at a much better cost to the district. Taser as well. We need to update our Taser and our Axon body camera systems, and that's going to be a more of a subscription cost over the next 5 years and not one massive outlay. Aside from that, concerns and requests for assistance, I really don't have any. I'm about 10% under budget this year. I plan on continuing the fiscal responsibility into FY24 with an optimistic budget. I think it will come in under again next year. Again, this is an optimistic view, but everything seems to be going just fine out at Black Butte Ranch. So pending your questions, that's really all I have. Sir.
A number of our departments and some other districts we've spoken to, there's sort of this balance between increasing labor costs, personnel costs, and I see you've got a 5% COLA, and the change in the assessed value, and you know, each year for your district, it looks like you've got your beginning net working capital has been increasing over the last couple of years. So it seems like those things are in balance. But one of the other things that we've heard from a lot of people are, you know, we're going into this with, you know, a decent beginning net working capital because we had so many vacancies that we saved money, which is from a budget perspective, okay, but from the perspective of service provision and staff burnout is not so good. But could you comment on those couple of things, like how's your staffing level, how is your assessed value changing over time, and is that you know, do you expect long term to be able to keep up with staffing costs?
Yeah. Chair DeBonne, Vice Chair Adair, thank you very much, Commissioner Chang, for that question. That there is a break-even point that is projected out farther into the future for Black Butte. I think we are staffed at 5 full-time officers, 1 sergeant, and then 1 chief. I made a decision to downgrade one of the positions from sergeant to an officer position, mostly for coverage. I thought the span of control. So I made some modifications internally within the rank structure, which had a cost savings of about $20,000 2 FYs ago. I added a community service officer, which has created value for Black Butte Ranch Service District by being very, very visible on the bike. And quite frankly, doing things that it's very hard to get retired officers to do. So she's been very, very much a value add for the ranch. And then as the personnel costs increase, Black Butte Ranch, I think the projected property forecasts that I've seen have been, again, fairly optimistic due to rebuilds and remodeling. And I have a unique pocket of economic opportunity, I think, out in Black Butte that may be unique to the rest of the county. And so I can't comment on the other service districts, but I think that I think we're looking pretty good over at least the next 5 FYs as far as staffing, where I want to be, and what we bring in as far as revenues.
Your room tax revenue has actually been outstanding.
Yes.
I was like, you know, it was almost, I think, close to $1 million.
Yeah. So there's a lot of building, a lot of very big houses going in on the ranch.
And your new lodge is really
Phenomenal. Yes. Yeah, it's up and running. The restaurant's great.
For the record, the team that built that new lodge is actually the team that's doing the public safety building in Sun River.
excellent.
Yeah, and you'll be very happy with that team. Yeah, that's a phenomenal team as far as construction and coming in on schedule and under budget, or at least on budget.
Certainly what I want to hear.
So you mentioned redevelopment. What's the assessed value assumptions then? So we heard from Sun River at 3.3%. But that's interesting. Yeah, redevelopment is taking a beautiful old cottage or whatever and putting a pretty nice house there, because I think maybe that's what you're referring to. What's the assumption for?
Commissioner, I would have to get back to you on hard numbers. I've heard several. The numbers I've heard have been higher in the 10 to 15 range. And again, I'm not an economist, but this is what I've just been hearing through the grapevine.
Offline, I can give you the 3.3 assumptions on our side, but I would agree it's probably higher. They have, Black Butte has more undeveloped properties and they have a much friendlier design review process.
Well, and redevelopment too.
Yeah.
Good. Good, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great place to be.
Yes, sir. It's amazing.
So just for clarity, you're both budget committee members then? We'll all be voting?
I am.
Yeah, budget committee, I'm also a board member, so.
Thanks for joining us today.
And I think we received guidance from legal on this one that everyone should vote.
Okay. Even public members of the budget committee per se too?
Yes.
Yeah.
The advice in this instance.
Last year, we had some disagreement between a couple of entities regarding who votes. So we just had everybody vote. So we made sure we had the correct number of votes. So the budget committee and the service district, just so that if some votes ultimately don't count, that's better than not having enough votes to pass the budget. You know, Sun River is probably okay because you had a majority, you had 4, because you had the 3 commissioners plus the Sun River Service District, because you voted on that, correct?
No, I did not, but I'm not a member of the budget committee.
Of Sun River, okay.
We did have 4 votes.
But you had enough votes, at least it's.
A quorum of 4 on the votes.
So it's at least 4 and then, or it was 3-0 with, I mean, however it all works out, but there's just this ongoing uncertainty and we just want to make sure that we have enough votes to pass the budget. So it's probably easy.
Merrier.
Yeah.
The ghost of Debbie Baker lives on. I just do what she tells me, even though she's retired for 2 years.
She was magnificent. So
Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll have a motion.
Oh, I would just, sorry, I'd add that there's an extra 9 on.
he already told me.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm sitting by, I'm sure.
Ready to go, yes.
Get all these special secrets. I make the motion to approve Black Butte Ranch Service District operating budget of $2,754,386 stat tax rate at $1.0499 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
We have a second. Okay, we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved.
My next motion is to set the local option operating tax rate at 65 cents per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. I think that's it.
Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you for coming and we'll close this public meeting.
Vote on that Sun River.
I think we still had a majority that voted,
Sure.
but we do want to ask, legal if they think that we need to re-vote on Sun River? And we have the full budget committee. It's just that all members of the budget committee.
Without their board.
Well, they already voted, so that vote would be taken care of if that one. It's either one or the other.
Okay.
I don't know. Would you?
Yeah, I'll ask.
Should we re-vote? Should the budget committee, should the full budget committee also vote on Sun River just before we conclude that? The meeting's already concluded, public comments been
Yeah,
taken,
we've
everything's
already
done. It's just a matter of do we
completed,
need those
yeah.
3.
Oh, no, I have.
Oh, you have to open it.
You could reopen it if you have to.
If we have to, but we'll.
To get additional votes.
And but
I just want to make sure it passes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
And Black Butte might be different than Sun River because they're under a different ORS statute.
Oh, is that right? I just know our legal just informed.
Yeah, that's fair.
The budget committee has historically approved budgets, and if that's what they're most comfortable. I mean, want to make sure,
Yeah.
as Judy stated, we passed the budget. Is he going to talk to her now? Yes. Oh, he had to step away for another purpose. Okay.
Do we want to take 5 minutes?
Yeah, why don't we take a break?
We would have.
Yeah, let's
Go
take
way
5
ahead.
5 minutes and we'll get
Right, because then.
So the members of the district boards didn't have to vote?
And we have to.
It's a.
And open the public meeting for Sun River Surface District, and we'll restate those motions.
First motion, approve Sun River Service District operating budget of $9,966,015 and set the tax rate at $3.31 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion
passes.
Motion is approved.
Okay.
President, so it passed 5-0 with one abstention. Okay.
And then
Clarify.
Because that was the agreement we made when I came on the budget committee that I wouldn't vote on Sun River items.
I got you.
my motion is to approve the Sun River Service District reserve budget of $3,006,017.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Present.
abstain. Motion is approved.
And my last motion is to approve the Sun River Service District capital budget of $12,206,000, $670, and set the local option capital improvement tax rate at 47 cents for 1,000 of assessed valuation. Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Present.
Motion is approved. We will close the Sun River Service District public meeting. And are we good on that?
Yes. Thank you. And just for whomever is taking minutes, just to reflect that each of those Sun River votes were all 5 in favor, 0 opposed with 1 abstention. Just it's important for one member.
All right. Next item on our agenda is special requests and deliberation. We're going to review the special requests.
Yeah, we're kind of running up on time lengthwise, but I think we can at least start the review of the special request here. Sorry, I'm still kind of in contact with legal right now. But let's go ahead and flip to the back of your binder where there'll be special requests, and Cam is going to set up the special request sheet. Yeah, that's a good idea. And actually, in speaking with Robert, there was not to open up the debate on this budget decisionary item, but there was one department that we had asked to come about questions relating to $2 million of property management. Let's actually go through that right now because Christy Bollinger is with us. And again, this isn't going to be to, this is just a question and ask Christy, you know, the opportunity costs or whatever questions the board may have, but not to actually vote on this item. And then we'll move straight into special requests. Right.
It's fun.
Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the 2.5 million, I believe.
Christy, I was one of the ones at least who asked for you to provide us some background information on this fund. I wanted to get a better understanding of not just what we've used this fund for in the last few years, but all the things that we we looked at doing or that were opportunities for us because we had a substantial amount of funding in this pot. For example, if this was the fund that allowed us to, without a blink say, oh, yeah, we should put in a bid on the Pride Day property, then it's helpful to understand what having a significant reserve or a significant amount of funding in that account gives us the options to even look at in the first place.
And just to add on that, I mean, can you give us, just like 2-3 concrete examples from the last couple of years where you've done this?
Sure. No, those are great questions. So going back in time, back in 2021, actually in 2020, when I first started, there was an opportunity to buy 2 properties in Redmond, the Kingwood properties. And at that time, it just wasn't maybe the right timing to purchase those properties, even though we did have some funding for it. So a year later, kind of revisited that, and there was funding in O9O, the project development fund, to cover most of the purchase. I'd have to probably defer to Dan and Robert to see what amount it was transferred in, but it definitely created an opportunity to purchase 2 buildings that were critical to expanding our health services programs in North County. So that resulted in acquiring about 20,000 square feet. So that was an opportunity that this fund definitely helped seize that moment. Moving forward, last year, the Irwin property, I think we talked a little bit about this on Monday, the Irwin property came available April of 22 and came to the board in executive session, spoke about that. That was a $500,000 purchase. And I feel confident that because the funds were in O9O, that we were able to, seize that opportunity as well. If the funds weren't there in that program, maybe that wouldn't have happened. And I believe that that's a great investment from future development or future disposition for potential, for future disposition if needed. If to give an example, at my prior county, we didn't have this type of reserve fund, and it made it really difficult when opportunities did come up or with staff growth. As the board and the committee approves special requests for new positions always require new space and technology. Those are the 2 main things. And so as we grow and continue to grow, and we're growing at leaps and bounds, we will need additional space. And that's really a policy decision for the board in terms of do we lease or do we buy? And so this fund definitely creates some opportunities, if something does come up, whether it's in the downtown core or in another location as identified. So I think it's really important to have it, but obviously there's other priorities too. And I understand that. But I think it's important to have that flexibility if something does arise. Is 2.5 million going to solve all the issues? Absolutely not. But it definitely provides some sort of concrete or some base funding if an opportunity does come down the road for us. So
I would just add that it's 2.5 is the amount that's in O9O, but the request is only for 2 million. So it'll leave approximately 500,000 for building opportunities.
And that was going to lead to my question. So what, in terms of your history with the fund, because you've got a much more extensive history with the fund than certainly I do, what are you typically comfortable with in that fund, and so that you can jump on something as opportunity presents itself?
I would say no less than 2.5, honestly. As real estate costs continue to increase, even though the pandemic caused a lot of work from home and whatnot, Bend is still a hot market. Bend's still doing well, so prices continue to increase. How far 2.5 would go? 2 years ago, we purchased the Kingwood properties. We bought one building for 2.2 million, and the other one was 2.45 million. So fast forward 2 years, 2.5 might not get us there for a new building, but at least it's something. And then as time goes on and we, every year we continue to try to grow that so it's not stale and stays at that amount, I think that that's something really important to consider. And just one other thing I wanted to add really quickly. So we talked a little bit on Monday at my earlier presentation about the Lapine Industrial property. So historically, Lapine Industrial proceeds from sales and leases went into a separate fund. And before I started 3 years ago, that fund was eliminated. And so all the proceeds go into 090. So there's been some debate and I don't really know the answer, but proceeds, I think the intent was to reinvest in Lapine Industrial. So property management kind of keeps track of what that looks like. So right now there's 414,000 that has been collected since the IGA with the city was executed back about 9 years ago. So that's 414,000 that I understand the intent is to reinvest that into Lapine Industrial, whether that's infrastructure, if we go and we get additional land from BLM. So that's something to consider as well. And I would recommend that we break that out and put it in its own fund. I think it would be important.
Can you give us a sense of how fast things move in real estate transactions? You know, from the moment when, you know, surprise, you know, one of our neighbors says, oh, we're selling this piece of property to the time when, you know, it basically, if we didn't have our bid in, it's too late.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think a really good example is the Pride A property. I got wind of it, came to the board, you know, checked with Nick, came to the board within a couple days. I think we were able to get in for an executive session. Board, I don't remember the exact chain of events, but the board supported putting in an offer, and we didn't. I'm not going to say we didn't make it in time, but another offer was accepted. So I don't know whose offer came first. I don't know whose was better, assuming that the other offer was maybe better. So to answer your question, it's time is of the essence with real estate transactions. We want to try to, get the board support and then, get an offer out quickly. And the board's been great too at giving some latitude to me to be able to sign letters and make offers so that we can be timely in those responses. So it's pretty critical.
What is the actual capital outlay for this last budget year 23? Because here it says it was allocated to be 2.9 million. So how much have we allocated in that department?
Capital outlay for out of building was about 500,000, if I'm understanding your question correctly, and that was to purchase the Irwin building.
Okay. That's the only thing?
Yeah. Out of the building line item, is that what you're looking at?
Left over in that.
That's really if our offer on Pride A had been accepted, is this where the money would have come from?
Yes, yeah, there probably would have, I don't remember the purchase price, I think was around 3 million, if I recall. So some money might have had to been transferred to help cover.
I think any working capital be more than if we only used, you're only saying we used 500,000 and we actually had allocated almost 3 million.
I'm catching up with you, but I think the building line is used as a unappropriated reserve line for is kind of used as a reserve contingency line for that fund so that we don't need to go through multiple budget adjustments if we need to make an emergency purchase.
Your year-to-date capital outlay is 577.7.
I know, I just realized I think I'll look here.
So just another point of consideration in commercial real estate transactions right now in Central Oregon, especially in Bend. A lot of these opportunities don't make it to the market. So time is of the essence is even more important because they don't even get advertised. You have to be ready to, when you hear about something, it's probably not even going to get advertised. The commercial brokers will just call people they know are looking and do a transaction. So if you hear about something, you're probably a day or two away from needing to make an action.
I'm good. I have no more questions.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Thanks for coming back.
Of course.
So Are you kind of running this part?
Yeah.
And so it's about 11:35, which we scheduled for a lunch and I don't know, we haven't had time to go over the other special requests. We have, I think a 30-minute lunch scheduled, but I don't know if folks would want to do maybe a 15-minute lunch and get in special requests or 30 minutes or.
I'm fine getting stuff and working through lunch. It'll be quieter while we eat.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll just grab lunch and we'll get back to it.
Good.
All right, let's come back together and we'll turn it over to Dan.
Okay. All right, welcome back to the Budget Committee. Right now, we're gonna go over special requests. So we're gonna get those up on the screen real quick. Maybe if we could potentially zoom it a little bit more. I think it's hard to see unless folks are right next to.
Dan, is this enough?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's similar sheet. Yep. All right, so you'll see the first request here are all the requests that are in the proposed budget. They've been deemed necessary for current service levels by our budget officer. Last year, we just made a motion to approve all of them in the proposed budget. So I'm just going to ask, is there anyone that would like to open a conversation about any of these and potentially a motion to take it out of the proposed budget, or is there general consensus that we can make one motion for these positions?
I'd like to look at the procurement manager after listening to what Dave Doyle said yesterday. He's only had 2 problems. And, I respect Dave's experience. I respect you for Robert and but it is $152,000. So I would like to hold on.
Would you like me to speak to it before or after or make any comments?
Pull it for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Separate item.
Okay, sounds good.
So Dan, I missed your introduction there. Are you proposing to accept special requests, or are we going to go down departments, or?
I was proposing to accept all the proposed special requests already in the budget, but Commissioner Dare said she'd like to talk about the finance procure manager before a motion of that status was made.
Everything in item column B that with the exclusion clause.
Are there any other positions that folks would like to talk about?
Just for clarity, that first item, health services, public health educator. It says 119,000. I think it was, calculated this year for just 20-something thousand. Is that? The position is 119, but we're kind of like it.
I think there was a
Percentage of.
yeah, I think there was a slight general fund increase because of, and I'm trying to remember all my conversations with Cheryl. So I'd say that if it's something that would affect your decision, I'd feel more comfortable reaching out to Cheryl. She is online if possible, but I do believe it was a $20,000 increase in general fund that was included.
You got it.
The net cost is $23,096.
Okay,
But
well, I can
the
talk
total
to you now.
cost.
So yeah, so adding the FTE changes the budget by that amount, 119. The 50-50 partnership with the school. School's gonna pay for half of it. General fund is 23. So I talked it out. It's all good. I understand what it is now.
And it's going to Caldera High School.
Any other positions, or are we ready to talk about the finance procurement manager?
I believe that Robert and Dave Doyle had some discussion about this since the questions came up. So I'm wondering whether if Dave is available, we would want to pull him into this discussion.
We can
first baseline was pre-pandemic. So I'm nervous about this. I'm probably okay with it still being there, but if they do come back and say Redmond or Sisters or somebody else would like to expand this, I'm going to be a hard no until we actually see an expansion of data. But you know, and I hate to always say, well, we sunk costs, let's go spend some more money. But in the very least, we should at least let the program play. In my opinion, we should let the program play out for 3 years. Try and get the data on it, or at least try and say that before we decide to refund it again.
Refinance it again?
Mhm.
You said refinance,
To fund it beyond
right, the 3 years.
it's really going to be 4 by the time we get anything back. Which again, this is a lot of money that this is $1 million that, as others have said, we could have otherwise had in the coffers to go do something, but I'm fine with continuing on it at this personally.
Bruce, you made a comment about, kind of the county not belonging in the school district, providing health services. Would you extend that to the school-based health centers?
No, I just have tightening it up a little bit to health education in the school district. I feel like they already have a program in place. Maybe we needed to do some advising, but I don't think we should have people in the school district doing this work.
Right. Well, I mean, throughout the healthcare sector, we are learning that prevention work prevents people from having to see the clinician in the first place, and which saves us a lot of money, in the total system. And so I see this as basically just a parallel of that. If we're providing clinical services once people are sick or broken, isn't it strategic to work on the prevention end of things so that they don't get there in the first place?
Yeah, I guess the question is at what level should the county be involved? That's the only question I have about it. I don't believe I think we've gone beyond our obligation as a county to take it to the school district. We actually embedded there doing the program, and I think that's beyond our scope.
I didn't do it. Not to call anyone out specifically, Tony, but you were the other no on this last year. What's your take?
So yeah, I voted no on it twice. They gave us a good update earlier this year. I still don't see a lot of metrics, like nothing tangible that jumps out to me like, oh, I'm glad we spent that money because I got no grounding on that. At this point in time, though, let's round out the program and look for the metrics. The scary part is when we create a program, it's going to really be hard to stop. So, I definitely am a believer of that. And then, yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to spot to, support this to round out the program right now. Not a lot of confidence. Which is a shame, but some of the
Definitely, we need some answers. And if you heard the educators on KBND, they were actually saying that the COVID kids didn't even really come back to the school. And I'm going like, these were educators that were talking that honestly, that, kids they're still graduating, of course, because they're able to get on Zoom and graduate or whatever. The standards have been dropped so lowly in my beautiful home state. Anyway, I think we're going to have to really see some answers next year. And, they've actually accomplished something. Got to get the kids back in the classroom.
Would anybody want to make a motion on removing this from the proposed budget, or do we continue on to the road department proposed budget? Okay. Seeing none, we'll continue on to the road. 1.0 fleet supervisor. This is also in the proposed budget. I think Chris spoke to the need for this in his shop. Anyone have any discussion around that position?
I'll just show support. I was able to go to that maintenance department a couple months ago and just spend a whole afternoon there. And they take parts of pretty big rigs and put them all back together. The field maintenance person's working hard all around the county and down on the big compactor at the landfill. Those guys are professional, productive, but it's interesting to hear that, I can imagine, procurement negotiations is probably get to be that full-time job, so I support this.
It seems to make sense. When you look at Chris's numbers from 15 years ago or something, he's back at that number of employees. I know he's incredibly careful at what he adds to his department, so.
Okay. Well, hearing no motion, we'll keep that in the proposed budget as well. Moving on to solid waste. They have quite a few asks, 3.0 equipment operators, 4.0 site attendants, 2 customer service clerks, 1 contracts manager, and 1 public engagement coordinator that are within the proposed budget. And we heard Chad and Tim and Sue talk about the need for that for the service level right now. So I guess I'd open that up for if there's any conversation.
I had a joint meeting with the mayor of Bend today, and the administrators, Nick and Eric King, were there. And they brought it up, the fact that, oh yeah, this franchise is going to be good if we can consolidate it. So from their point of view, they're already promoting that. And it was a separate discussion from our budget even, but this is where it hits the road. So they were already looking forward to this future state.
Great. Okay. Hearing no motions or further discussion, moving on to Fair and Expo. 2.0 maintenance specialist, 1 admin support assistant, and 1 sales and marketing coordinator are within their proposed budget. Again, to continue with the service levels with the expanding reach of the Fair and Expo. And we heard from Jeff relating to that. Any questions or?
Dan was always pretty proud of keeping a low administrative overhead. We respect how he ran that department. I think it's a different program at this point. There's been a huge uptick of activity, and I can understand why they'd need more help.
It's amazing when I saw Jeff and his fiance working that time because they were so short-handed. I mean, they've really run things on a really tight program, and the business there is just overwhelming. And so many people that apply there actually have to work the weekends. So that takes a special person that's going to want to work the weekends. And I think it's important, especially with how our summer's projected ahead. We really, if there's a little problem, we've got to have some people that can take care of those problems.
There's been a significant increase in events, and he mentioned 1 million people visiting the fairgrounds annually. And in addition, all of the capital projects that they're going to have coming up, which is separate from this, but I'm concerned about that as well. But I'm supportive of this.
Okay.
Well, I'm excited about adding those 2 FTE maintenance specialists. I mean, and it was mentioned, turning around between events is key, and getting the dirt in and out. It's magic to be able to schedule when there needs to be dirt in there and out, but to do that takes a day at a time. And so we don't want to do it all the time, but getting those facilities prepared for the next event. It's going to be exciting to see how they can scale that up.
Okay. Moving on to facilities. In the proposed budget is a 3/4 admin assistant FTE and a 1.0 licensed trade supervisor. We heard from Lee regarding those positions. Any conversation regarding those positions or? Okay. Seeing none, those will remain in the proposed as well. There's 2 for finance, and we'll just start with one at a time here. The financial reporting software for automation of the county's auditing, the ACFR. Are there any discussion there or?
That's just the software package, yeah.
That is just the
Push a
software.
button and the reports come out their other side.
Having used one of these before, I'll say you have to do a little programming on the back end, but then it works just fine. Yeah. Okay. So that will also remain in the proposed. And now we are down to the 1.0 procurement manager that Commissioner Adair recognized, and I'll open up that conversation.
So if it's helpful, I can, Kim Riley shared with me Dave Doyle's email to her. Dave's out of the office for a bit here. let's see, I'll just read it here. My discussion with Robert was as follows. He apologized for not putting legal in the larger discussion. He explained that the position will provide internal administrative assistance to his current staff. He stated that much of what the position will do involves P cards. I assume those are the purchasing cards. And transactions that do not include a written contract. He said that the position may have occasion to reach out to legal for review opinion. I stated clearly to Robert that legal has the final say relative to whether procurements and related contracts, contacts, but I assume it's contracts, maybe it's both, meet legal requirements, and that we will not subordinate our position opinion to the opinion position of the procurement position. I told him that while I do not see the need for the position, whether the position is funded is a matter between him and the budget committee. And so that's what his, and I think, it would be helpful for the committee then to hear the benefits of the position from your perspective, and because you have experience with it, I otherwise don't, but so.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to expand further. We were pressed a little bit for time the other day, so I didn't expand on this as much as I would have or could have. And I think Dave did hone in on that. As I talked about, one of the benefits is reduced litigation risk from what we've seen before when you have a procurement person. But that was not to imply that this position, is anything as far as like it wouldn't take away from Dave's position or his review. All contracts will still always go through legal. But I explained a little more further about the business activities of this. So currently we have 3 FTE that concentrate on 3 accounting techs that concentrate on payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and contracts and administration. Purchase orders, requisitions. So we do a lot of purchasing at the county. Not everything we purchase involves a contract. When there are contracts, that's when legal gets involved, right? There's a number of times we make purchases where it's just a purchase order, right? Or we don't even get a purchase order, but invoices come through. And the way our system, Munis system works out is departments start by entering a requisition. And it's our accounting techs that are one of the first people that review that and then make sure our departments have the proper documentation going forward. Well, our accounting techs aren't certified procurement buyers, or they're not certified public procurement professionals. And so that they're not always fully aware, we train them as best we can, but they spend about 0.30 FTE reviewing purchases that are coming centrally through the Munis system to approve that, to move on to the next step of approval. Additionally, our accounting manager, our controller, Jana, she is responsible over the procurement function internally, in finance and financial reporting and payroll and accounts receivable and AP, and so her span of control is really broad. So this position would actually help take that portion of her job away where she can concentrate more fully on the financial reporting and the higher level tasks as well. And then finally, our P card program is a program that we need to grow and expand and utilize and update our policy. And that's where Dave references the P card program, where that P card program would be managed by this procurement person as well, because they do go hand in hand, because procurement cards are not to get around your procurement policies, right? But they're supposed to go hand in hand. And finally, as we mature and grow as a county, we're probably one of the few counties that don't even have a centralized public procurement system. Most counties, some have very small, like one person, like that's how you're starting off. Other counties, of course, we know the larger counties, they could have 10 people in central procurement. Cities usually have a whole bunch of professional buyers or procurement people in their central finance staff, and we have 0. So it's just providing that central coordination across the county. And what I've heard, this is one of the reasons why this was the first position to ask for in finance. When I heard, when I first came to the county, some of the smaller departments that don't have their own public procurement person, they're lost when they have to go out for an RFP, or they don't know what to do, or what's the process? How do I do this? Yes, they always contact Dave, and Dave mentioned that. But again, not everything is a contract. So it's just on some of those smaller items. How can central finance help in the process and provide that support to the departments? And I support whatever the direction of the budget committee as well. So no obligation.
Robert, when you were describing this position to us earlier, you mentioned that it could save money in certain ways. Could you review that for us again?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, one of the things that I found at previous employer that a procurement person came in, and that's where former employee they had 2 or 3 people in centralized procurement until 2008 and some downturn in the economy, right? And they laid off some procurement. And then they added that back in 2016. Actually, I think it was in 2012 they got rid of it. In 2016, added back. And one of the things was we started keeping track of what are the cost savings? How could you reduce costs of the county? Sometimes departments will come and they'll you're supposed to at certain times get 3 quotes based on what the threshold level is. Let's get your 3 quotes. Are there any responsive bidders? And if someone doesn't respond, that still counts, right? Well, sometimes when those items would come to the procurement person, because if it's a requisition or a PO, it has to be approved by that person. And they're like, here's a cost where, you got this quote or you couldn't get a quote, but they're aware. Did you know that's on Oregon buys? I mean, now it's the central state of Oregon contract. It's on the state of Oregon contract. You can get this for a cheaper price, right? So it's not always, a lot of times we like to always use the same vendor, which isn't always appropriate, but it's like, oh, you can also get this for a different price here. There's also a responsibility for looking at centrally. So this department may spend $5,000 on an item. This other department may spend $5,000 on an item, and this other department $5,000. Well, we're supposed to look holistically countywide. Now we're purchasing a lot. So then when you group that, now you can work with that vendor and say, hey, we're doing mass buying. Should we get a better price, right? Because we're doing more volume buying then, and you get a discount. Along with it's, as I mentioned in the example earlier, this position had also pushed back or worked with the vendor more before finalizing the PO or the contract with the price, settling on the price. And so it offered an opportunity to get a discounted rate again.
I'd love to offer a department perspective. That is okay. When I started, one of the things that came up was our copiers and our printers. That contract was up, and it's actually not a contract. It is a purchase order. Actually, it is a contract. But what was interesting is that we looked at we weren't happy with our service levels, so we started asking other departments what they do. Each department holds their own, and so we started asking. What was interesting is that we had the same vendor as a couple of other contracts, but we all had very different prices. So we were being given different prices for that. And one of my questions actually back, all of these contracts were being reviewed by legal, but they're not necessarily being reviewed from that purchasing standpoint. They're being reviewed for a legal contract standpoint. And I think that's great and appropriate. What really helped us is that we then started putting the spreadsheet together about what other departments are using, what vendors they're using, what rates they're using. This is the kind of support that I, from a department head perspective, would love to see from this person, this procurement person. So I think that's just kind of that tiny little view into what maybe that difference between legal and a procurement manager would be. Thank you.
So the question I have is, bring on a person like this and it's kind of a new position, a new opportunity. Does it end up developing into its own little bureaucracy? Will they need an assistant because now we have a procurement office and, the program expands beyond our original intention?
Yeah, any organization, there's always that potential. I don't foresee that happening here. When I recommend it, part of it is finance is very limited in staff and frugal, and we know county budgets, and that's not the place we would be adding additional resources. I would foresee, now as the county continues to grow and expand and their purchasing needs expands as well, that could be in the future, but I would not foresee that with this. Like I said, a number of counties at least just have one central person, and the support they'll get is from the 3 accounting techs that are there now, would continue to help support the function, but you have a trained and certified public procurement professional that really provides an extra care for this function.
The one thought is, so I just had a vision here. We've got a column called comments. So performance metrics, it'd be interesting to say, okay, we were able to consolidate, all the copier contracts or whatever, just get some performance metrics for a report next year, or, just at a high level. I mean, I don't need somebody filling out a spreadsheet every time they make a purchase just for the budget committee, but sure would be fun to see something next year. As I say, I'm generally supportive of this one. And then I'd have comment on another one at the moment.
Any other discussion, or is there a motion to remove from the proposed budget? Okay, seeing none, that means that it's approved. And then Commissioner Bone, did you have another one on the proposed
It was
budget?
the
or-
magic term performance metrics by my favorite auditor that mentioned it to me recently, but thank you, Dave. But this health educator position, all these 6 positions, performance metrics, there was a couple items that were brought to us, and it was said, off the shelf, we searched, we found a national protocol, and now we're providing it to this. Okay, well, what are we measuring there, right? And then also there was a discussion about a counselor in high school, and it was mentioned in multiple circles in my world, and they mentioned, well, we advocated for somebody to go do something. It's like, that still wasn't a performance metric. So I just, maybe just performance metrics with a big exclamation point is a note from the budget committee. So I don't mind having that discussion, but I don't have a feel for it.
I would support that in the slight addition that I would do performance metrics, including possible student metrics. I know the measurement that they were basing on that they're trying to waiting for to return is not available, but there are other ways that you can pull some student data in terms of the impact on this. So it would be nice to have them do some work there.
I'm sure Health Services is watching right now, but we'll make a note as well.
Dan, just to kind of clarify, Commissioner DeBonne, I know you're aware that the department performance measures are included in the budget document, and I have a sense that you're kind of speaking to a report out in the next budget cycle, not specifically adding a performance metric around this work, but that is also something that we could explore if that's of interest to you.
Yeah, as I say, I see this as a little package, right? And this is the 3rd year, and it's been growing into itself. And so, for this effort, and it's a partnership with the school district, Bendel Pines School District. What are the performance metrics for this program? Yeah, not the goals and objectives of the county, breaking out to our quarterly, but it could sure fit into one of those quarterly updates as a separate request from the budget committee that could be publicly seen.
Okay.
Okay.
And as I say, I want to see success here. If the performance metrics for this program are such that we took this population of kids, we tracked them for a few years, and here's our successes, we'll give them a stage. I mean, that could be very positive too.
Great. All right. Well, as a summary, then I believe every special request that's already within the proposed budget continues to be in that. Done where
So we don't really have to make a motion then. This is just a done.
Because they're already
Right.
in the budget.
you have to make a motion to remove it, right? Because the budget officers put them in. And so
But I really appreciate going through each one of them. Honestly, thank you guys for saying that. It needs to be discussed in public comments.
we'll make sure that we do that going forward as well. Okay, other special requests. So these are not included in the budget, and these would need a motion by the budget committee to be included. Start off with victims assistance, proactive threat monitoring. Ashley Beatty spoke to the importance of that for her department, and she also let us know that the general fund cost of that has been updated to $12,000 or $12,200.
So I am concerned about this in the sense of the scope of what they're trying to accomplish. And this is one of those things, kind of like being in the school. This is like being in social media, and that's a big field, and with no more focus than we heard in the presentation, I would be concerned about what are we actually going to accomplish. I just didn't hear that in a strong way. It seems like another program that we're opening ourselves up to, that we don't really have the staff or the technology or the skill set to make any significant contribution.
Well, and Bruce, I mean, I asked that question too, you know, like there's such a volume of information in social media. How do you find the needle in the haystack? And I won't do a good job of reporting back Ashley's response on that, but I found it persuasive that, you know, that the technology that's being used, the entities that are, I believe, being contracted to do this review for the DA's office for victims assistance is, you know, it sounded like it was having an impact, and it was a proven model from other places.
I'm with the statement that I am not a technical expert on this particular portion of software. I'm familiar with the technology that goes into this. It's basically a content scraper. It'll sweep social media looking for keywords. So it's AI gets so overused, you just say it and then your market capitalization goes up 100 grand. So I'm not going to do that. But it's
It's an AI
but
use.
it's effectively a keyword scraper that looks across and if it sees a cluster of things coming from any particular source. Now, all of this is public. It's not scraping private data. If it sees a cluster of stuff coming from a source, then it will actually dig in and go do a deeper dive analysis. So it's really just kind of flagging, we're hearing public comments on this forum, or we're seeing public comments made by this person, you know, who marked the post public, that something is going on, and then it just flags enough to be able to point to this might be a danger for, again, a potential crime victim. I'm not sure what you get for 12.2. That seems like a really low figure.
No,
Is
it's
my only
100,000. She's getting the funding from like 5 different sources. This was the
Okay.
bottom of the funding, remember?
Yeah, I was trying to find the
It's
sheet on it.
87.5, what's the original?
That-
87,000.
No, she only asked for the 12 from much. She's asking it from city event all over the place.
Yeah, I know,
It
12.
was a grant.
Oh, here it is.
$40,000 was a grant from Fathers Group, which they haven't received yet.
I don't think anyone had actually said she was getting the funding yet. But we're on
Yeah.
the list.
Everything's potential grants
Right.
Okay, so this would be like match.
or nothing else.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was talking about it like it was the last dollars in, but I mean, there were some question marks in
It was
that.
an attempt during the last presidential election to scrape for bad words and bad ideas, and a lot of people were taken off social media because they expressed themselves, and I just don't know the accuracy or the fairness or the skill sets needed to do a good job with that.
That's a fair statement.
Okay, so this is one that we will need a vote on. Either way, a motion for approval or deny that.
I'm going to say my personal opinion is that it's worth making a motion on all of them and having the budget committee on record as to what their reasoning is for doing it, rather than just, you know, unless there's clear consensus that we all don't want something.
All
So,
these other special requests, we have to do individual motions on all the way down and
Yeah.
into the budget decisions. We'll do the same.
So with that statement, I will move to approve the victims assistant proactive threat monitoring at the amount of $12,200.
Second. More discussion?
I only hear two votes, so.
Oh, no, there was a motion.
That's a
and a
motion.
second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And then they asked
You
about.
haven't called for the vote yet.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm gonna let Bruce call for the vote.
So I was unclear how that would.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
stop
and
quiet.
I will be supportive. I mean, it's an interesting idea. It's, pre-crime discussions, which is big policy choice. I'd like to see statewide leadership on something like this, and don't feel comfortable going from the ground up, I guess is my mom.
Well, I think, it's not that this isn't happening at higher levels of government. I mean, the FBI is basically trying to do some of this stuff too, but they have very limited capacity. You can have AI scrape a whole bunch of stuff, but how many FBI agents do you have actually go through the material and then determine whether something is a real threat or not? And it seems like having this happen at the local level, with the Victims Assistance Office that just had to experience the fallout of the mass shootings at Safeway. I feel like there'd be a little bit more attention given.
So in addition to my previous thoughts, I have an additional one. Every year for the last many years, we've had requests for expansion of the Victims Assistance Program because they didn't have enough help to accomplish the tasks that they had been assigned. And here we're adding an additional task with unknown time commitments. That in itself doesn't make sense either.
Yeah, I mean, it's a interesting use of technology for some possible mindset review and analysis, but what's measurable here?
So it sounds like it may be duplicative at state and federal levels also doing that, and the other funding's not secured, so I probably wouldn't support it. Unless they came back and said that other funding was secured.
Right, any other discussion?
I mean, if further funding is secured, you can always come back to us. 12,000, I would think.
Good point. Okay. Let's have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Opposed.
Motion does not, it's not approved.
Okay, so on to the sheriff's office. I just briefly want to say a couple of things. These are in some ways tied to the tax levy increase, which is in the budget right now. The sheriff, if that tax levy wasn't approved, would have to make decisions about these special requests. So they're kind of inextricably linked together. And so I would just say that going forward. Are there any kind of questions about what I'm saying there, or how the funding is linked to the tax increase? Okay. So Sheriff's Office 1.0 detective.
So I'm in favor of the sheriff's proposal. I think he's the one that has to administer this and understands what his department is required to do in the community. So I'm in support of his proposal across the board.
As a note, there are the two detective positions are separate positions, as they noted during the discussion. One is a criminal detective, one is a street crimes detective. And I'm trying to, I guess they say both will come out of the rural tax district. Yeah, at least that's what the special request says, that they both come out of rural, but they are separate functions within law enforcement. One is more investigation after crime is committed. The latter is going to be out doing prevention as much as investigation.
From a financial perspective, I just want to also remind the budget committee, as you either approve or disapprove of these items, just also remember on the rural sheriff's financial forecast right now, their budget is at a 1 month reserve as opposed to 4 months, or if they have 3 months. And these funds were not included in their budget, and so this will come out of their contingency or out of the reserve, any of the decisions today. So just be mindful going forward. We'll have to follow up and look at that if these do move forward and are approved.
Seeing the bulk of positions like this, there'll be a recruitment process, and it just reminds me that we're going to be charging those healthcare, health of costs to open positions now too. So that's gonna kind of be a, internal structural change, but that's gonna be, what, $1,700 a position, 12 months in a row. Because I saw another, one of the budget items, said it was gonna be, $100,000 for the year, and it was 3/4 of that because they opened positions. So it's a structural change in our budget internally.
I support the positions. They do have tremendous vacancies. I don't know if they're at 25 or 30 or something. It's been pretty consistent. It goes up, it goes down, but it's always above 20, and crime isn't ending in Deschutes County if you hear the reports every day.
Well, or specifically on the street crimes, there's been two very significant drug busts within the last month and a half by Deschutes County sheriffs with assistance of other law enforcement. But I mean, they're out there doing what they can already for a pretty dire situation.
I would just follow up to what Robert said with a little bit more detail. Right now, the rural district, which is funding these two positions, has about $1 million in contingency, $1,050,000 approximately, and these two are about $250,000 combined. So just so folks know, that would lower their contingency to about $800,000 and fund 702, the rural district.
Do we need to do these one at a time, or can they be done simultaneously?
I think it's up to the motion.
The two detectives or the detectives, the field.
We're
techs and
just talking about the
management.
detectives right now, because they're in the special request as a single space, but they're broken out here. Probably easier to break out the two. I will move to approve the Sheriff's Office 1.0 detective, criminal detective, to the amount of $123,845.
Second.
All those in favor?
Just a discussion point.
Oh,
To make sure it gets in, I did ask, I'll remind everyone that I did ask whether these would come with extra costs, obviously outfitting and all the rest, but specifically cars. And so there would be another automobile added to the fleet specifically, a take-home car added to the fleet specifically for this.
so your motion is to approve the
Criminal detective here.
detective, so that's one position.
Yeah.
All right.
And it was seconded.
It was.
And overtime, part of his funding source, they expect to see a reduction in overtime. So, and we all know what overtime can eat into a budget.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved.
All right, and while we're rolling, I will motion to approve the Sheriff's Office 1.0 detective, street crimes detective to the for the funding of $123,845.
I'll second.
And again, I just, what I said before, that, this is going to come with car and all the outfitting necessary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
All right, moving on to the 3 field techs. I like Jim's way of doing it one at a time, although these are all 3 are field law enforcement technicians that will focus on dog control. And I think Joe Brundage and Sheriff Nelson spoke to those. So any further discussion?
I support all 3 of these positions. It was mentioned these are not sworn officers, but they definitely make a presence. Sure, there's dog control and I think paperwork, whatever it's called, and then court orders or whatever it is out, all kinds of little things they can be doing. So I'll move approval of 3 positions for field tech.
Second.
Further discussion?
So it's personnel wise, it's 274 and change.
He did mention that the resources might be shared.
Yeah, they, again, when I asked on the car, this one, they said, well, this might actually be a shared car resource. And to echo what Commissioner DeBonne said, these are non-sworn positions, but they are field positions that are available to do things like traffic control, provide a second set of eyes where required. I mean, there is a lot of help to having something like this out there. And it's a police presence without with a sworn police presence, but without a gun, which it would be helpful in some situations.
And remember the fair last year, they had all those problems at the Jefferson County Fair, and then ours was right after it. And our Deschutes County was really an amazing presence. They did a great job. So I really appreciate that.
Well, and I mean, that was relationship building too. You know, they were there for a reason, but it was wonderful to have them there because I mean, there's a lot of just face-to-face time with all the deputies.
And again, they did say there'd be some savings in the deputies over time, adding these 3 positions.
And just not having to deploy higher cost personnel to deal with these things that field law enforcement technicians could deal with.
And it's also a way to respond to DPSST backups.
Yeah.
You had the motion, right? Yeah, that's been seconded. Any
Judy seconded it.
further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
That's funny. I was a no until the discussion.
All right, so the Sheriff's Office Management Analyst 1.0. Also, I believe to be proposed being funded out of the rural tax district, will be assigned to patrol and detective units, analyzing call and case data to determine trends and identify opportunities. I believe Joe spoke to this as well.
I was unclear what the duties are, and I didn't quite hear you, Dan. What?
We are on the Sheriff's Office 1.0 Management Analyst. I think we're just opening up for discussion, and then if you want to do the motion and call for the vote.
So you kind of spoke to what the duties would be. I didn't catch that part.
I think that was analyzing call and case data to determine trends in identity and identify opportunities. And I have the sheriff's presentation. They had a little bit more detail on what that criminal analyst would do, I believe.
And it would be assigned to the patrol and detective units.
Well, it's assigned to the unit, but it is an office position. So this is not a field position, but it's assigned to, it's a.
To help patrol and detective.
Looking for patterns.
Yeah, administrative
We're
support.
looking for patterns that can help us work
Mhm.
smarter. I mean, yeah, there's. We need all of these departments to both work hard and work smart. And, if you don't understand trends and patterns, then you can't work as smart.
Do you think they're looking for efficiencies through this position? That's what I read that, and I could be wrong, but I think that is what.
That's efficiencies, it's placements. It's. In my editorial is I always encourage anybody who gets an opportunity to do a ride along with a police officer just to really understand some of the things that they have to do. But a lot of what they do is pre-positioning to places where there could be trouble at any given time. And this is where an analyst comes in handy to be able to do some of that analysis. And there's a whole lot more that goes along with it, but it really is case data, where people are, where trouble could be, to try and make sure that resources are allocated properly across what is a huge county.
Yeah, and not just spaces, but time.
Yeah.
Right? Like understanding when certain kinds of things are frequently happening. And
As Sheriff Nelson said on the radio this morning, if your neighbors have a lot of cars in front of them and they're not having a potluck and bringing in casseroles, then you might want to wonder what's going on. I thought that was kind of folksy.
Offline, I can tell you all sorts of fun stories.
Okay, offline.
So if we had to encourage the sheriff to tighten his budget, this might be the opportunity. I don't want to second guess him. but-
What I'm gonna say is whether we approved any of these positions or whether we didn't approve any of these positions, the sheriff has to tighten his budget.
Right.
He is maxed. He himself was pretty clear that that it was gonna be at least a 3-year selling process to try and go raise those rates. And while I'm very sympathetic in terms of providing funding for the sheriff's office, we don't have a lot of extra funding to provide over what we're already doing long-term. So we heard 2 presentations from much smaller, much less complex law enforcement organizations today, who both effectively said, we've recognized that things are tight and we're responding to it. And it would be very nice to hear the sheriff's office say the same thing on a consistent basis.
Well, one of the, something that we haven't talked about, but which I'm beginning to understand after, being in office and observing for a couple of years, but, the sheriff maintains a pretty robust sheriff's office legal counsel. And there are a lot of other counties where that doesn't exist. I mean, where the legal, the attorney needs of the sheriff's office are just dealt with through general county counsel. And I do wonder, you look at some of these numbers, typically detectives should have, or ideally detectives should have 15 to 20 open cases. At times our detectives are working at 30 to 40 open cases. The field law enforcement officers, I'm not going to question whether, the sheriff has shared with us himself in past years how the ratios of field staff are pretty tight here. So I don't know if those are the places to look for tightening down, but if there are places like, redundant legal services, I don't know if there's HR functions that could be dealt with. I don't know if there's finance functions that could be dealt with, more centrally for the county. I want to ask whether those are the places where we should be looking for tightening.
Didn't you say that the positions wouldn't be immediately filled until later, till they see how the budget's going? And it looked like this was their number 1 priority out of the positions.
Listed as a priority 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
thought it
You have to think about our sheriff's office though, and you have to think about the state police and how the state police had more officers in 1980 in Oregon than they do today. So when you think, you think about all the tourists that are going through, and to have the presence of Deschutes County and them always trying to work on a positive relationship, I think is incredibly important. But yeah, we have this teeny state police, and then we have, 5 million people coming through our county every year. And we see where they do get tickets.
I wasn't looking at those priority levels. If I had seen that the technicians were priority 3, I would have suggested we cut it down to 2.
Too
Two of
late.
them.
You and I both had our doubts on that one and still got convinced.
Well, I see the value
Yeah.
of it. I just, I just 3 is like, well, 3 is a lot.
It's basically one, it's basically 1 per shift or an additional 1 per shift. So it's
But you have dog problems every shift.
yes,
Okay.
Undoubtedly.
Like in the middle of the night,
yes.
2 in the morning. Ah, okay.
I will just say, apropos of nothing, just to answer your question, as a member of Citizen Patrol, I have been called out because of a lost dog or a lost person that you just need eyes on to go try and find things in the middle of the night, because there just weren't enough eyes to be able to get on that. And again, in a very large county, these technicians could be very useful for that.
Okay. Well, now you talked yourself into it.
I would move approval of the criminal management analyst. Thank you.
I will second the motion.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Okay. So in summary, all the sheriff's office proposals were approved then into the budget here. Moving on to health services, let's start with the conversion of the PIP BHC 1.0 FTE to regular. And again, you can find a little bit more info on these at the back at your special request. I believe this one is
Page 13.
thank you, Commissioner Dare.
You're welcome.
So now my understanding was there were no additional impacts to the budget though, right?
That's correct.
Net cost is 0.
This is a limited duration to regular conversion.
And I would just say that all of health services special requests this year, for the most part, did not have any general fund associated with them.
Except for the health
Yeah,
educator, but.
Yeah,
that-
and that was a very small $9,000, and that's because as Janice said, that's the kind of 9% general fund of their internal administrative costs.
So with that in mind, I'd be prepared to support all of their recommendations.
Many of them are like this. They're limited duration to regular conversions.
Well, there were two. Which were the two that actually are new? Yeah, I realize that.
The two new FT, I think, are the Family Connects Oregon staff.
Seems like there was a grant or.
Yeah, there's a grant on that.
Yeah.
When they're
Annette?
billable through the health programs, that's why that was so valuable. 'Cause it's billable hours.
So are you comfortable doing them all? Is everybody comfortable doing them all at once?
Yes. Comfortable.
Let's see if I can pull this off. I would move to approve the health services requests in order converting the PIPIC 1.0 FTE to regular. Adding a Family Connects Oregon 1.0 FTE, adding a second Family Connects Oregon 1.0 FTE. Converting a Public Health 2.5 FTE from limited duration to regular. Converting senior diversity.
Those are already on the proposed.
Oh, those are already in, except we didn't.
The funds are in the proposed, but the conversion is not.
Yeah, the limited duration conversion. So converting the senior DEI analyst 1.0 to regular from limited duration with an acknowledgement that the funding is already in the budget. Deep breath. Converting the system of care 8.0 FTE from limited duration to regular with an acknowledgement that funding is also already in the budget.
Second.
Nice job.
Two
Very
breaths,
good.
but
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And it-
Motion is approved.
And I'll just make a comment. I was very impressed with the health services preparation and work this year, and the fact that they are really spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to maintain a budget and what to stop when the funding is not there.
Mhm.
They have some pretty savvy leadership in terms of making the programming work and making the funding work at this point.
They deserve a high five.
Well, and-
I'm not particularly thinking the second Family Connects position should be hired unless it really is warranted. Oregon and Connecticut, I believe, are the lowest birth rates in the nation. And,
They
why
did.
hire somebody ahead of time?
I'll give
I know
them
they're
credit. They did note that in the presentation that they were waiting to hire and they wouldn't hire unless they had the volume to do it.
Right, well, I just like to asterisk by that position so that.
So
we
that's a good
remember
comment
that.
to add.
And I just acknowledge that, we're building space for health too. The North County campus, when the two buildings are done, there's going to be a home for a whole bunch of folks. In the next year or two. We'll have a little different distribution of services around the county. Southern Deschutes County, it's on the horizon, so it's not talked about this year, but a behavioral health move to a new medical facility building that's good. It's on the horizon, it's a year or two from now. But it'll be a whole floor. And
I just wanna finish the details real quick.
a lot of moving parts in the health department. It is a big department. But we're a growing county with growing needs.
I mean, I would describe the North County campus as catching up. I mean, we've known for a little while now that 30% of the services that health services provides is in North County, while only 10% of the office space is there. So this is just kind of creating, this just should actually create efficiencies, because then we can meet that 30% of demand from offices that are much closer to where the people are.
Go ahead with the DA.
Okay. Last up is the district attorney, two requests here. The fourth floor feasibility study, which they spoke to, and of course, storage of the files to clear the fourth floor.
So move those two.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Well, I'm excited to see this project come around. I've been asking for it for years. About 10 years ago, I went to that fourth floor and I saw that. I'm like, what about a conference table in this room and said all these boxes of paper? And they bought filing cabinets, rolling cabinets on rails where they can stack it in real tight. And then there's boxes at the end of every row stacked to the ceiling. So I'm so excited to be able to do this. And it's not an optimal office space. It was the original 1940s jail. I don't know what was before that on that floor. So could be just a good flex space and conference room area.
And the quote to get them scanned was $2.5 million. So I think this is a great alternative with tight budgets
Yeah,
right
I think-
now.
And I'll echo that again. I think that district attorney is giving a very modest set of proposals to keep the organization functioning while it's helping the judicial system clear out a significant backlog from COVID. And they're not, he's not backfilling his personal position. He's holding another open so that there doesn't have to be issues. I think the district attorney is making modest requests and, addressing the mission very effectively.
He saved his big asks for the deputy DA's contract negotiations.
Well, and
There's some pretty big asks there, but I mean, fiscally responsible.
Yes.
And smart. So.
right. I guess we had the motion already.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Let's take a 10-minute break.
10 minutes, okay.
He was getting stressed and pulling a top man.
I guess we won't. know, will we?
Yeah.
Yeah, those will.
It's a mystery. It's somewhere in this book. Is it going?
Are we on? Waiting for next day. Oh, here he comes. Okay. So we're gonna move on to the tax levy. And discussion regarding levying the full county tax rate at $1.2783 per $1,000 assessed value. After reviewing the numbers and the AV growth, we believe that's going to be about $1.766929 million increased revenue.
It's interesting, my property taxes went up, I think, 9% last year. So with the sheriff's levy and everything else, I'm wondering if they're gonna go up 15% this year. I mean, it will be interesting.
Mhm.
If we do this.
Well, I'm supportive of this. We're still talking 20% or so of the total tax bill. When we see our levy, when we see the total tax bill as property owners, there's some big items on there, the capital for the schools, the library bond, and now we've got a fire district. So this is that time. It's a step. It's going up. And inflation happened and interest rate changes just recently. One of the thoughts I have is, a gallon of milk used to be $1, and then it was $2, then it was $3, $4, $5, and I don't know what it is right now, but I mean, this is it. This is one of those steps in time. And I'm referring to the last 100 years, pre-World War II, post-World War II, 70s, 90s, there's just one of those moments in time, and this is it.
So my only comment would be, I think the county is doing speaking as a citizen, as a citizen representative, the county is doing a good job managing the money that they have, but I'm not entirely sure that you're serious about how up against the wall that you are. And I wonder if by approving this, you remain unserious for another year before you realize where you are. It's my only comment.
I guess I would.
By doing it, does the county think, well, I've got another year versus, if I would say no, would the county start to take it more seriously now? That's my only concern.
I would respond to that by saying we should have done this a couple of years ago. Or not dialed these rates down 6 or 7 years ago.
Well,
in the first place, and we're at a moment with this massive capital project. And looking under seat cushions to come up with $10 million, to be able to buy down that project in the first place, where we have to do this. And, if it wasn't for the courthouse project, things wouldn't feel so tight right now, but we did know that this was coming.
I understand that perspective.
So my concern about that is I asked yesterday and it wasn't real clear with the answer of, what's driving this demand that we have this year all of a sudden. I know there's been some studies done, but are they preliminaries? Is it preliminary thinking, getting prepared for something coming down the road, or just what is the required timing? Is that something we have to launch this year with this new budget and have 10 million available, or are we still in transition, trying to get ready for it? It just seems all uncertain. And then there's additional opportunity we might have at the state level for funding. So it seems like the funding stream is unknown. And to put ourselves in jeopardy with spending down resources just to do something that's, in my mind, uncertain, and then put the burden on the taxpayer to prove up, it doesn't all feel comfortable to me.
Bruce, can I ask, for a clarifier there, are you speaking to the courthouses being uncertain?
I mean, that's what's driving this urgency that we have to find funding.
Although I'll throw on top of that, there's some uncertainty. There were some significant revenue losses in the last couple of years by organizations that generally offset general fund with revenue. And I don't even think those organizations have a clarity as to whether records or assessor requests or other things like that are coming back or whether they're at a new level. But again, I'd rather see some thinking on what's the world going to look like if we do this. It's like I said, a year of breathing room and then staring at the same problem when you have no option scares me.
Like, I just say that from a finance perspective, it's not just the courthouse that is in, as the fiscal entities showed, there's operational pressure coming towards the county. The revenue is decreasing, the expenditures are increasing. We heard reports from adult parole and probation about what their fiscal year 25 could look like. CDD, how are we going to fund public safety campus, clerk's office, stabilization center, and other internal and external asks. And so I think there's a lot of priorities that the county has. We obviously can't fund all of them, but from a financial perspective, I wouldn't just say that it's the courthouse, but also inflation, increased operational expenditures, reductions in revenue, as Jim spoke to. And those are hitting the general fund, which not only fund the general fund departments, but they fund community justice, juvenile, they fund parole and probation, and other operations as well.
But what's our number one expense? It's personnel. And okay, so we've been running about 100 people, FTEs a month that are, not unfilled. But did we get rid of any FTEs in any of our work? I don't believe so. We're at 1,200?
All services did, although none of them were general fund resources.
Yeah, but I mean, we have tremendous personnel costs because of inflation to keep people still working. We can't abuse the people we do have working. You heard it from a few people. I just feel like we definitely don't want to do any courthouse funding until we know what the state is going to come up with. And we don't know that today. And will we know that the end of July 1st? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Maybe they're going to have to call a special session. But clearly the state of Oregon is part of the contribution to that building. And we have to find out what that is. And I, looking at the fact that Clackamas has the ability to ask for 157 million. That's what they're asking for with their ask this year of 61 million. If we only are asking for 25 million, I think would we get 1.5 million before for some special thing? We have to wait and see what the state's going to do. And, if we have to raise the 1.7 this year, the 1.8 million with the 6 cents, I can understand that. But I just really want to know what the state's coming up with first.
Yeah, and I would just say, yeah, as far as levying the full county tax rate and not the other budget decision, that's the conversation that it's about. And in terms of the other budget decisions, which I think are being referenced potentially, this is just transferring those funds in there so that if the state did come back with funding, finance would come to the board in July and come with some optimization models for what you would be able to save if you were able to do the pay down. This allows us to have the money there to be able to use without having to go out for another public budget adjustment because of the amount that you're transferring to transfer into the reserve. That's typically what the budget decision would be used for, but it's not committing those funds at all until the state funding, until we know what the resources would be. Don't want to make a decision before we know exactly what all the resources would be.
The two things that we clearly know, I would hope, are the 4.6 million and the 400,000 worth of interest. That's 5 million. So we know that.
Those are the budget. Yeah, those are the budget decisions.
I star those, but everything else, I think it's we have to know what the state's going to do.
How about we get back to the tax levies? Because there's a conversation there, but
Yeah, there's a whole lot more.
three steps ahead from where we're at.
So, yeah, just to add a little bit to answer your question, Bruce, as well. If you remember during Dan's fiscal entities presentation, and I know it was quick, previously the board had a full lengthy presentation on the long-term forecast. And there was one of the slides had the reserve, and it was going down. And one of them showed, well, if you don't increase the tax rate, you can see we're dropping way sooner. And so we have less reserve available, which is kind of those contingency funds of what would you do, or discretionary funds if something came up, so it allows that. But it is also, as actually everyone mentioned, the higher operating costs that we have, the increased PERS, the COLA raises, the inflation, M&S costs. So it is providing for those operating. But one of the main points is we have two different financial discussions going on at the same time as well. One is, how do we meet our debt service obligations over a 20-year period based on, providing funds for the courthouse? That's one conversation. The other conversation is, as part of that long-term forecast, let's look at our expenditures compared to our revenues, in the general fund. So if our past trend was the 8% increase in expenditures, but only a 5.5% increase in revenues, well, we know that trend can't continue. And so that's where, this is also part of the revenue aspect of it. But we know there has to be another conversation about the expenditure side of it as well. So both of these conversations kind of fit in together because all the funding sources do help contribute to the reserve.
Yeah, so it's helpful for me to separate the two trains that you have going down the track. One is the increased demand for operating funds, and then the capital demands that we have coming up down the road. And so just from my perspective over the years, there was a period of time after we came out of the recession where and before that time, we had made some tough choices because we had CDD and the clerk's office had run into financial difficulty, and we had to step up. So we put quite a bit of reserve funds, or what was available in our tax funding, toward those efforts. Then we saw opportunity as we got farther down the road and things started to improve, to pay off some loans. Like we had one in solid waste that we had made for operating. I think it went to roads actually, so that we didn't have to let county roads go to gravel. So we've had some tough decisions over the years to make. And that's why we don't have the reserves that we spent. I mean, there were decisions that were made along the way based on what reality was at the time. So now I see operating funds as a big driver to this. And so I would agree with Commissioner DeBonne. If that's what we have to do to maintain our operating funds, let's do it. I'm not in favor of doing that just for capital needs.
And it's not here, but what about the health benefit fund? That really makes me incredibly nervous. What is it down? It's going to be down at 5 million. And I know we've got these plans, but I would like it documented what we're going to do, because you just hear about one terrible thing, one person, and just heard about like a $20 million baby yesterday.
I would just say that's also a priority. Something we haven't talked about is Fund 070, which Lee presented, capital maintenance of our facilities as they get older. You don't know if you're gonna have a roof. We've had several roofs in the winter kind of have issues or leaks. So all those things are a priority, including if TRT wasn't coming in as budgeted, we would need to pay out the general reserve for that. So there's a lot of reasons, and they aren't all courthouse related, and they aren't all operational related. Some of them are capital maintenance needs, emergency claims for the health benefits fund, TRT coming in, revenues continuing to come in, but all of those things work together, and all of those things need to be considered. And that's what I would say.
I mean, we definitely need to think about the costs that we have and do everything we can to constrain those and make sure that every dollar we're spending is being spent efficiently and strategically. But I think we also need to be mindful that we've gone through this period of incredibly rapid growth. where you just see assessed value, not just the 3%, increase from, the gap between assessed value and market value, but we've seen a tremendous amount of building. And now some of the costs of that growth are coming home to roost. You bring all those people here and they need services. I mean, and you need more people to provide more services to more residents. And, if we see growth cool, not slow to zero, but, you heard Scott say, well, 4.9%, it may not be as much growth in assessed value as we'd like and as we're accustomed to, like we've gotten used to, but there's counties all over the state who would kill for that. And so we need to kind of adjust our thinking to kind of to that possible reality that's 4.9 or 4.5 or 4 might be our future. And it's pretty good. It is having your assessed value growing at 4% is a lot better than having it growing at 2.9%.
Or 3.3, as we heard in one case.
Yeah. But we need to keep that reality in mind as we look forward as well.
Well, I did support this last time. I think we've all seen the budget. We know what it looks like. I was supportive last time. I'm concerned, about the decline, and the county's always been in good financial shape. I mean, for quite a long time. So it is concerning going forward, seeing the budget and capital reserves going down. And so I am supportive. I am more hesitant and concerned this time just due to seniors and the disabled and low income homeowners. Because the last thing we want to do is drive people out of this community when they can't afford, even though we might say, well, this isn't a lot, per thousand. But when you look at the fire and the sheriff and the county and all of these things are adding up. I know my tax bill, and I've worked for nonprofits my whole life. So, that's a choice and I get it. But the cost of living here is really getting too high for the average working person to stay here. So my concern is, homelessness mitigation and prevention. I am going to support it because I see the need for the county, and I think it's the right thing to do for programs and services to the county, but at some point there is a breaking point. So I would like to see, and I know it's a statewide decision, but some kind of property tax waiver or reduction. I know that we do it for veterans already, but for seniors and low income homeowners, they do it in other states. And I think it hasn't ever really gone anywhere at the statewide level, but I think if the county commissioners came together and advocated for that would be helpful to low income residents in the county.
But I think our population is really like on the
So
retired age.
so
So we would lose a lot of property taxes if we
Well,
hit that.
you could cap
Maybe for
low, not for low income.
Okay.
Which
let's
make a,
clarify.
65,000, I don't know, whatever area AMI you wanted to plug in that formula. So that's my concern, is not chasing us, wrong word, all the fees, which aren't even in here. And so I'm supportive, but I did want to flag that concern for our lower income residents and homeowners. And those that don't have the ability to make any income, or a lot of it, like veterans who probably get $1,000 a month or something like that.
Well, it was interesting that Supreme Court ruling did come out with supporting the grandmother who had lost her home equity, and they sided with her. So, that's Oregon. That's one of the 12 states. And that I'm sure that ruling is going to have major ramifications in our state. So you can't keep all the funding, if somebody loses their house. And I know we really try not to take it from them, but still when we do, we take it all. So I guess we won't be taking it all.
I'll make a motion to levy county tax rate of 1.2783 per $1,000.
Second.
The discussion.
Yeah, just a follow-up. I mean, it was exciting. It has been exciting to be able to do this. Now there's different times in the economy with the assessed values going up, service levels, population growth, a lot of moving parts. It was quite a run to be able to lower that rate. Now it's back. I mean, it just is. As I say, there's reasons it's there. These are foundational services for the community. And, we are talking $1.7 million to the general fund of Deschutes.
And I'll say I appreciate the robust opinion and debate of the committee.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion is approved.
On to the two service districts for the sheriff's office. First up, the countywide tax rate. And so this is a vote on levying the full countywide tax rate at $1.25 per $1,000 of assessed value. And this is going to Fund 701 to support sheriff's office operations. And this would bring in approximately be an increase in property tax revenue of approximately $6,032,000.
So this is in right now. So we would have to pull it, or do we have to? Oh, no, I guess we have to open the public meeting and vote on this anyway, because it's we're reaffirming a tax rate.
Right, because it's a service district, correct?
Isn't it on our schedule that way?
Yeah, but we still have to approve both the rates. No matter, we have to approve all three of these rates, no matter what they are, because of the district
Right.
rates.
It's on our agenda.
Yeah, it was coming after the budget decisions, but since we're doing the tax rates all together, figured we would do this. This will let us know exactly what, if you were to pull it out of it, it would affect the overall last motion, which would be the adopted budget totals. So that's why we need to know at this point if there's support for this tax rate increase.
So I'll just say we were notified that the sheriff's coming in asking for these to be plugged into the budget, and it has been plugged into the budget. Now we have discussed the budget and the special requests. I'm glad we're in a spot where we're able to provide the compensation to each employee for all the great work they do. We went through inflationary period. Remember the sheriff's office, the one that drove the cost of living, annual cost of living plus 2%. And then it was stated, hey, why not everybody else? Which we got to also. So, but these are just those shocks to the system, which are steps in the economy. It is a little bit unknown right now, but we're going to grow into it. I mean, this is Deschutes County. We're just an amazing, happy, healthy level of government, and we will have the diverse discussions and make good choices in the end.
I think the public has made some pretty obvious statements on their opinion on the need for public safety in the county through the passage of a couple of different levies in the last couple of years. I mean, obviously the two fire levies. I'd throw in the Sun River Public Safety Building levy as well from before. There were some rural fire district levies that I believe passed.
They did.
Yeah. And so that I think we're getting again, as a representative of the public on the committee, I think the public is endorsing the fact that public safety improvements are necessary in the county. We're at a point now where if we do approve these two, obviously that's going to help. But again, we're ceilinged, and a lot of those other levies, you're putting a very large property tax increase willingly on the voters as they demonstrate. But that's all they're going to get. And so the encouragement that I have, and I know I've already said it about the sheriff, is that I think the sheriff's office really needs to, whether these levies are approved or not, and I'm personally supportive of them, I think we need to make sure that the sheriff understands that this is only the beginning, and that there really needs to be a long-term understanding of how to live within the means of the department.
Well, I appreciate the fact they kept it as low as they could, as long as they could. And I understand that, it saved 86 million, I believe. In tax. dollars to the community and to the residents.
Well, it is interesting because a couple of years ago, mine went down because I'm rural and then it went, and so now we're talking about, okay, we're maxing up again, but honestly, public safety, I think is so critical. And especially when you think about how many people visit here, people love living here. I was reminded last night by people visiting how fabulous our area is. They had not been here for a while and they went, oh my gosh, it is so spectacularly beautiful. When you're here every day and you don't leave Deschutes County, but they were like, it is so beautiful here, but we want it to be safe too. So it's been a roller coaster, but I want you all to remember that it's still, inflation is still out there. It's still at like 5%. It's been really, it's overwhelming to so many Americans, such as you're telling me, the seniors on a fixed income, and it's really going to be hard for them.
I agree with that. My dad is 104
Oh,
and he gets that tax bill and it's a big shock. It's tough for him to make those payments. We had to split it up in three for the first time. So I agree with what you're saying. It's a big burden on a certain portion of our society. We're thankful to have the economy that we have here. Give a lot of credit to EDCO and Ready and their ability to bring new business to the area and
Diverse business too.
diversity.
I think
Yeah,
that's really
so
why we are so.
We're in a
lucky.
better condition than most, so.
Yeah.
Just it was informative to hear from the jail perspective, just 30% increase on food. And that's just an example of what we're facing. This is unique times. Hopefully we get out of them in the next couple of years. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Better than $1 million increase, not just cost, but increase for lights and sirens on the cars. I mean, that just all the things that are going up. You have to recognize that there's got to be some flexibility in supplying that.
That's where we're at, unfortunately.
I just want to add from a fiscal perspective, given the contingency that they have in the rural at $1 million and compared to the additional revenue and with the budget proposals that were just approved for the additional positions, if actually both of these didn't pass, they would have to revisit their operational expenses in the year. So these funds are needed within the current year to fund based on the recent decisions and their proposed budget as well.
So do we make the motion separately or are we supposed to do that now?
I guess I'd just like to make my comments as well. I see these assessed rate increases as absolutely necessary to maintain our current level of service and to be able to do the things that are necessary to keep our community safe. Like Judy, I appreciate the desire to keep rates as low as possible for as long as possible, but I do feel that these are very large increases very abruptly, and that if there had been better planning and foresight, this could have been dialed up a little bit slowly, and the cliff could have stayed farther out before we needed to make such a drastic move. And so I'll be voting in support of these two increases, but I don't celebrate. I don't celebrate the fact that we need to make these votes.
Just a
meeting, right?
Just a reminder, we need to open a public meeting for 701, do that vote for the countywide 701 and then close and then open for 702 rural, do that vote.
Okay, so we're ready to vote on this.
Just on the tax levy amount, we'll get to that full motion with the dollar amount later.
So you're just looking for a motion from your committee?
For the line
Yeah,
item
we
on
need to
the
open a public
spreadsheet.
meeting.
Yeah.
So open the
I
meeting.
thought
first.
that was
Oh,
on
yeah.
the last function of our agenda here.
We will get that. We'll get there for sure. Yeah. So this is just, you're opening it, the public meeting. What is it actually called? It's not 701. It's actually called
The countywide.
countywide.
Law Enforcement District 1.
That's
Okay.
what we have here, right?
Down here at 3:45.
Yeah, we're just making sure the committee. We're making sure that the committee supports approving the tax rate, so we'll have time to do the calculations. So we'll do that full motion later. But right now, we just need a vote on a motion for the tax rate.
Agreeing to move forward. Isn't that what we're,
It's a
what
motion.
these votes are?
Well,
I think it's a motion to approve the tax and then when we.
but that has to be done in public meeting.
And that's,
Why
we
haven't-
need to open the meeting.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's opening that one.
So the reason why this is necessary is because if this board, if this committee was to not vote, was to pull this tax rate out, then it would change the final motion.
And then somebody will
which is
make this
the Total
motion.
budget.
So we have to do this
Okay,
now.
sorry.
We have to vote on it
Yes.
now.
It's just unusual from what we've always done in the past, so. I'm kind of a routine kind of guy.
Yes.
Look what happened when I tried not to follow the rules earlier, Bruce.
Well, it's because the rates were the same before, but we want to make sure there's agreement on the rates
We've
first.
always gone down this list and approved the tax rates, and we'd have to open that law enforcement district and close it and so on, as the last set of steps to approve the
Yeah.
actual tax rates.
I think if there's a agreement, and I think I heard it, that for these two rates, then we can go and adopt the rate and the budget. It would be if you were not supportive of it, then we would have to change the budget amount. And that's why we would have to do the vote right now.
So in this case, you don't have to.
Yeah,
So
I
we can-
don't think we're at that point
Right.
yet, so.
We'll get there.
I think there's a general consensus that would
Yeah.
let us move forward.
Okay.
Helpful, great.
So just one other historical item, Les Stiles, who passed away recently, was the sheriff at the time as these rates were passed, 2006. And when I got started, he mentioned to me, oh, I thought we were gonna have I have a spreadsheet that shows us maxing those out within 8 years. I mean, he said that to me, so that was 10 years ago. So I mean, the intention at the time was, an escalation into a full rate. That would have been about 10 years ago. So just another reference point of information.
The history that Joe Brundage gave showed that it was gonna get maxed out 5 years after the districts were formed.
Right.
So
All right, well, given that there seems to be general consensus on that and folks feel comfortable moving forward until we get to the approved budget motion, let's move on to our budget decisions and open conversations for those with the increase with transient room tax in the amount of $500,000 to the sheriff's office. I just wanted to remind folks that this is kind of there are other TRT decisions related to a courthouse buy down later on as well. So any decision made here would affect what's in the budget or would affect the ability to make budget decisions going forward. And lastly, I would say that we've estimated that we'll have $700,000 in fiscal year 24, remainder of TRT after expenditures. So if this motion was approved, that would go down to 200,000. But I do want the committee to be aware that with TRT coming in lower the last couple months, it is possible that we budgeted our beginning working capital in fiscal year 24 TRT too high, which would mean that we wouldn't have 700,000 remaining, maybe have 500,000 or potentially even 400,000 remaining, in which case we would need to use more of a reserve for what we have allocated for Sun River to pay for that. And then potentially general fund for Sun River in 25 or hope that TRT comes back up. I'm happy to answer any questions about that if there's any questions.
So we would actually transfer less to Sun River and then kind of give them an IOU for a future year.
So, yeah, so no. So in fiscal year 24, when we did the budget for the beginning working capital was a couple months ago. And since then, we've seen April come in much less, right? And so that beginning working capital might decrease. And we use that beginning working capital in conjunction with the TRT projection estimated amount to come up with how much will be left over at the end of the year. We assume that there'll be $700,000 left over. If you were to make this decision, that would be $200,000 left over. However, now that we're seeing April come in, it is possible that our beginning working capital would dip $200,000, and that would make it, we have just shy of $2 million reserved to pay for Sun River in fiscal year 25. But if this is a commitment we're making in fiscal year 24, we'd have to dip into that a little bit. And then we would either, hopefully TRT would go up in 25 and we'd be able to pay with TRT, or we'd have to pay with general reserve or work with the Sun River district.
Yeah, I mean, in the very least, what you'd have to do would be delay, because that payment at least last year's payment came relatively fast. And my understanding is this year's payment's going to come pretty early in the year as well.
Mhm.
So that if the money wasn't sitting there in the fund, you'd either have to decide to supplement that with general funds, I would guess, and or delay the payment.
This could legitimately be a cash flow issue when you get to the kind of the bottom and we've allocated funds going forward and new allocations. These are kind of the decisions that we need to talk about.
Well, with that information, I'll move to remove the increase transfer to the sheriff's office in the amount of $500,000.
Second.
So a point of discussion there, the sheriff may have a legitimate reason to make bigger claim on TRT, and I'd like him to make that presentation to the board and have a discussion about that. This seems kind of last minute, and just because he needs funding, I'm not begrudging him the shortfall that he may have, but I'd like that case to be made and have a good logical conclusion.
I don't know that we would need to remove it. Maybe we could take it from 500 down to 250.
Well, we got a motion and a second on the table.
Oh,
I also, I want us to reflect that taking this 500,000 off the table still leaves the amount currently budgeted towards the sheriff's office at 3.6 million, which is a $500,000 increase over the level 2 years ago. So we have been doing these one-off 500,000 increases, and that taking this out of here leaves that in place and kind of I don't know if it makes it permanent or not, but we just did a $500,000 bump, and said this isn't necessarily permanent. We're going to evaluate this on a year-by-year basis. And now we're talking about another $500,000 bump on top of that. So
Yeah.
I have no qualms about removing this from the list and just accepting that 3.6 level as kind of the new normal at this point.
And I don't want to have the discussion here because we're within a motion, but I would like to have the discussion on what to do with TRT allocations and some of the quote automatic unquote allocations that we've been doing the last few years to provide the county guidance. Obviously, we're not setting policy here as a budget committee, but it would be nice to offer the county some opinions on what policy they could think about. We can do that. We can do that somewhere within this context before we adjourn.
Well, I made the motion, but I mean, I am absolutely supportive of getting the dollars that we do get to the sheriff on this. Just this year, stepping into a big capital is time not to make this next step. So future years, if the headroom is there, let's have the discussion.
And just some technical details. The funds aren't in the budget right now, so maybe not a motion to remove, but a motion to.
So and I just say that because it looked like they're in the line item B.
Oh, apologize. That's not correct. They have in their budget 3.6 million approximately in TRT. So it would, right. So I'll leave it to you. So it would be a motion
To not include.
to not
You at 3.6?
Yeah, to continue at 3.6. Right.
You probably have to withdraw the.
Yeah, so I'll withdraw my motion and get clear on it.
What is the exact number? 3.6?
Yeah, what's the specific number?
Well,
Or however we want to-
so do we need a motion, Dan? I see in budget
Yeah,
is
maybe we'll put that.
in budget is 3.6.
Correct.
So we could make a
Doesn't-
motion to increase that, but basically the budget that we'd approving would be a 3.6 to the sheriff's office and TRT.
Right. Typically, yeah. Yeah, you don't need to make a motion per se. because you're not changing proposed budget unless you.
Unless you want it on record not to increase the sheriff's office.
Well, I mean,
Contribution, that's what.
the 500,000, the 500,000 on top of the 3.1, that has been a year by year decision. So I mean, I'm a little surprised that we're just kind of like, oh, now it's 3.6. Because last year we said, we will, for another year, we will add 500,000 and get to 3.6. So I mean,
but I'll say the recommendation of the budget officer was in this year to authorize 3.6.
Okay. Yeah.
I think there was some,
And-
yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think we did touch base on this in the mid-year budget meeting in December. Just what should the assumptions be going forward for the next year? And it was just for the next year. And I recall hearing 3.6 as a starting point for this year's budget, which is why we included that. I included that.
Okay.
Same, my motion was in response to looking at the spreadsheet and it says amount included in proposed. So that's why I said, let's not include it in proposed.
Right.
But if we don't need to
Yeah.
do that, let's not.
If it's withdrawn, we're good.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing, I think we have to look back at the fact that we totally did not realize we were going to have so much TRT. Remember, it went up, what, 13 million plus, and now, of course, what is it down? 627,000 from what we budgeted, and haven't seen May yet. But, so he definitely, they were impacted at that time, but are they going to still continue to be impacted in the future? And I remember he said, well, historically, really, they should be getting more money than they are from TRT. He had some formula or something in his presentation. And yet, of course, when you see what the other teeny law enforcement agencies are doing, because they have to be incredibly frugal in order to balance their budget.
Well,
I don't know, but he's got the weight of the entire county on him.
look, we do need to think about TRT in a spatially specific kind of way, in the same way that we were discussing how.
And that's why I want to have that discussion before we adjourn, at least just to get all the opinions out on the table, and then the county can take it forward with whatever guidance they want.
Because in the peak of COVID, when there were all those people who were renting a short-term rental in Sun River for a week, going and buying $800 of groceries and holding up with their family. Number one, they were a burden on the Sun River Police Department. And number two, versus the sheriff's office. And number two, I don't think that they were causing a lot of problems either. So, just saying that tourism, TRT revenue went up overall. So the sheriff's office's work went up in a linear way along with that, I don't think is necessarily the correct way to look at it.
Well, I think calls for service did go up countywide. I mean, I'll give credit on that. Yeah, calls for service in Sun River did go up as well, although in a slightly different way. I think that maybe the valid point, and one I think Dan makes very, very well, is we saw and it's one that I've said privately or said independently, but usually with Dan's prompting, is that TRT went up significantly during COVID for whatever reason. We can wonder why a global pandemic was so good for travel and tourism. Let's hold that aside, but it did go up. If you look, minus COVID, the curve is actually pretty normalized now. So we saw a blip on COVID, and then it's back to where it would have been had COVID not occurred. And I think we just need to recognize we hit a reset. We're going, we're making a change back. And now we need to look at, we can't look at TRT like it was 2 years ago. And this is an encouragement that I make to a variety of constituencies. We need to look at TRT as to what it is now and what we're trying to do with it. And that's, again, the discussion I want to have when we're all ready to.
The prices, the TRT though, hotel rooms prices have gone up. And, just speaking with Tom O'Shea the other day, he said we're not going, his business is not going back to 19. It's actually looking pretty solid. And
It is.
and you look at what Black Butte, they have their lodge closed. They are now booked out for weddings through the winter for the next year and a half. I mean, so things that are coming into the county will be happening.
Well,
Maybe not, I don't think it'll go to 19. It might not be at the height of our revenue, but it's going to be okay.
It's, I mean, we're predicting flat, which is a pretty good number and that's
is
pretty
good.
good. And we can hope it goes higher, but as one of my favorite mentors always told me, fist or hope is not a strategy. So let's build on the plan that that the very capable finance organization has provided us and run with it.
Yes, I agree with Bruce. I'd like to know what won't get done if they don't get this $500,000. Is it gonna affect the stabilization center, other partnerships?
The extra 500,000 was not in the budget, and so he presented us a budget with kind of a low contingency, but we were presented a workable budget with the rates raised without this TRT in. And so I think, and that's assuming full personnel, which the sheriff's office acknowledged that they were holding a fair amount open in an effort to control costs. So I think they got what they needed to operate. I think, again, the sheriff's office needs to now think a lot about what it's like to operate when you're brushing the ceiling.
Okay, got it.
But I think it's just like we hear about in the road department, it's kind of a funnel. You have resources and you want to do your basic services, keep your facilities in good order, and then you have a reserve. So this is just not going to fill into that funnel, but with the raising the other rates right now, I think we're going to be okay this year.
Okay.
Will we though? I mean, we were talking about the contingency they're supposed to have on their books. And didn't you say it's down to a month or something?
So yeah. I think the way that we would see sheriff's office is that kind of as explained before, with this property tax raise that you guys approved, they're going to be able to generate 53.3 million. Maybe they'll have 5% assessed value growth on that. If you look at Fund 255, they're transferring out from those service districts 57 million to balance their budget. So that's approximately a $4 million difference. So they're eating into whatever contingencies they have by about $4 million. And their source of revenue is that property tax growing at 5%.
Which they get in November.
And if you look at their expenditures are growing at a rate farther than that. Now, I heard the sheriff and Joe Brundage say that they will, be able to work with whatever, but there's certainly a concern long-term that if expenditures continue to rise, and they're already, when we look at that crossover line for this specific fund, even with the property tax levy, because they're eating into their contingency, it's already crossed over. And so, yes, they can make their budget work by eating into contingency. And I think their argument is for TRT to be able to help long-term on the revenue side with their budget. But the expenditures are greater than the assessed value, their main revenue. Does that clarify that?
I just want to clarify the spreadsheet too. The title, the column header, amount included and proposed, that's really for those other items we already talked about. So these last items. Yeah, okay, perfect.
So the
And
headers aren't relative to this last.
to this bottom portion. Yeah. We will talk as we go down each one. Dan will speak to whether, because like when we get to the first item, it actually is in the proposed budget, but we'll talk to each item specifically. But right now, I still think there is a motion on the table.
No, Tony withdrew it.
Right?
Oh, did you withdraw it? Oh, you did.
Motion. for that 500,000.
Okay.
One other thing to say about this is we also just approved over $600,000 of special requests. I'm sure the sheriff has not begun recruitments on those positions yet. So not that the sheriff would turn around and say like, oh, I didn't get the 500,000 of TRT. I'm not gonna do any of these positions, but we have created opportunities for him. He's got other vacancies of all kinds, plus these. And now he can turn around and say, oh, if I don't get those $500,000, I have more categories to choose from. Which ones are the absolutely essential ones to fill now, and which ones I am not going to go out and recruit for.
Yeah, and to be clear, recruiting a police officer right now might be harder than recruiting a firefighter. So, which is not an easy task. So there's going to be a lag, and even if he decided he wanted to fill all the positions,
I would suspect there'd be a significant lag before those positions would actually get filled. So but that's up to the
That
sheriff.
was
to run
also
his
one of the
budget.
arguments for those field tech positions, is that these are easier to fill positions than
And that could be
just
true.
warrant officer. So
So with the motion being withdrawn, I assume we're good to go on to other budget decisions.
I'm good.
Any more conversation? All right, so moving on, we come to a series of budget decisions that we've labeled courthouse debt buy down. I want to be really clear on this. We are asking about the transfer of funds into the general reserve. So that once we get state funding and other resources, we can then come back to the board with all of the resources implemented with the long-term forecast and give you different options and depending on what your priorities are. And we can take your feedback on how you'd like us to look at it if you have other things outside of those options. So this is not committing us to buying down the courthouse right now without knowing what the state funding are, but it does transfer these funds in there to make it possible once we know what the state funding is. Now, if we don't make these motions, depending on the amount, we may need to do another public hearing and budget adjustment to move these from different funds because it changes the underlying transfer amounts.
So the goal is to put funds in the general fund or general reserve 060 and then give the county board, not the budget committee, the discretion to then use those funds as necessary based on your recommendation for courthouse.
Yes, and I think part of the reason of that is just also timing too. When you hear
That's fair.
yeah, we talking about breaking ground into next year, probably before the budget committee can meet again.
Kind of more like breaking a roof, but
Breaking roof, yeah, breaking roof. Thank you, Jim.
the other kind of, one of the other, one time factor here is when we're gonna know what we know from the legislature, but it seems like one of the other key time factors is when interest rates are gonna change. And in some ways, we're racing against that. Is that accurate?
It could be accurate, although the long-term rates aren't as volatile as the short-term rates. So, but rates are changing. I mean, that is for sure. But that's also the reason where, for example, if the 4.6 LACTIF funds were moved over, we started using those. That's a half a year of the construction cost, right? So that would buy time if we thought rates were going to go down. It's always a danger to try to time the market at that point too. But we do, this does allow the decisions today us time to wait until we do hear from the state. Then once we have the state funding, then we could bring, as Dan mentioned, before the board. Then we'll know how much the state's contributing, and here's a plan that we'll present using whatever resources are available at that time.
And just to piggyback on that, Jim did ask during the fiscal entities presentation, hey, can you transfer these funds back? Say you received $25 million in state funding, and now we have potentially $40 million in the reserve. We go to the board and the board doesn't want to pay down the whole amount. They'd like to keep some for health benefits fund, TRT, or other priorities coming up, stabilization center, adult parole and probation. Then that is certainly something that finance would follow the direction you transfer the funds back. This is just the initial transfer, recognizing that mathematically speaking, courthouse buy down saves money.
So before we hop into these, I just want to recall the conversation that we had last year. Very specifically, Wayne Lowry did make the point a couple of times that things change pretty rapidly, over time, and what looks like an insurmountable obstacle at 1.5 years from now in a different economic condition could be better, could be worse. So I think we need to keep an eye on the fact that the conditions are going to change, no matter where it is. And so, I'm again, speaking as a budget committee member, I'm willing to have the debate to offer the county some flexibility on how to do this. But I also have in mind that I want to make sure that this isn't the only flexibility that the county has. I think there's as we heard today, even in just the property discussion, there's a lot of different options in front of the county. And I'm going to be looking at this with the lens of making sure that the county is not just laser focused on one thing that still has a lot of uncertainty even in the next month.
All right, so the first one is allocating funds from the general reserve. General reserve level is around $9 million right now. And this was. Technically, I actually don't think that we need.
Right, I was gonna ask
A
that.
motion on this because the funds are already within the general reserve and because we're not. Giving you a specific amount on what we think the pay down is. We can't say that if we didn't get any state funding, you need to pay down 13 million to be able to cover the debt service based on the historical expenditures and obligations right now. But if we're coming back to the board in July with the state funding, then at that point in time, the board can decide where these funds from the general reserve go, and they are already in the general reserve. Because these are the extra general funds and TRT from last year that the board decided to put into the general reserve.
So the general reserve is basically, to my mind, is a large emergency fund for the county. And even in your most dire emergencies, you want to make sure that you still have some savings to cover even more dire emergencies. And we don't need to make a motion or any discussion, but if there's 9 million in there, I'd be very cognizant of the fact, and again, you can get a recommendation on, you know, where Murphy's Law may happen to the county in the next year. But to me, seeing something in the range of 5 or 6 million left in there, no matter what, I think is wise and prudent for the county to consider.
I think from a finance perspective, we talked about that to some degree. With the concerns with TRT, with the health benefits fund, with some of the operational presentations we heard, and with emergency capital maintenance needs as well. So
when we do go out for financing, I know that there is a requirement for us to maintain certain contingencies and reserves. Where is that? Is it in this account or is it in other places?
Yeah, and well, it would be stated in the bond covenants, in the bond documents, what that reserve level would be. And typically it would be, it might require like a 125% of the debt service payments or 150%. So it'd be wherever it could be in our debt service fund. So it not necessarily doesn't have to be in the reserve fund, but it could be in our payment of that amount. It also depends on the type of funding that you get, as far as what the requirements are. Full faith and credit may not essentially have it because you're just on the full faith and credit of the government, where like a revenue bond, for example, would have more stringent requirements if it was a revenue backed bond.
the general reserve would certainly fund, if there was any kind of pay down, the general reserve would fund that. And it would do so, as you know, 463, the campus facilities that Lee has, that's going to be doing the actual construction, has over $10 million-ish of expenditures planned for next year. And so basically the general reserve, if folks decide to pay down, we would transfer that cash into 463. They could pay for those services with cash. And then when we issue the debt would be less whatever we pay down, and that would go in a debt service fund.
And that's where those
Transfer.
reserves would be held to pay for that.
Kind of the flow of funds. It's not as good without a diagram chart, but yeah.
I'm following.
Okay, so yeah, there isn't technically a motion there because there's the proposed, because that's in the proposed budget. Those funds are already in the proposed budget. It's really about when we come back in July and know about state funds, how folks want to allocate those funds. So this one is not in the proposed budget. We heard from Christy today. Allocate funds from project development, $2 million to the general reserve for the purposes of future court buy house or buy down. And of course, as we spoke to, we go back to the board, and if we receive a very large amount of state funding, the board has the ability to allocate those funds back out. They're discretionary funds that were originally from the general fund.
Where did the $1 million that we got when we sold the property over, I think that's in 27, what fund did that go into? I mean, was that like a year ago?
Yes, I could make a guess at that, but I'd have to look into it.
I mean, I was just trying to find it here, and I was just going, well, did it go into 90? Did it go into 7? Where did it go?
I would very much imagine that it went into 090, where the foreclosed land sales are, but I would have to.
That wasn't foreclosed, that was an asset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
just a sale.
Okay,
Or
maybe it was
something.
21 then, because there's $1 million in 21. Was it that long ago?
Long time ago.
Okay,
Year
well,
21, okay.
okay, so just. Right. I remember some people didn't want us to get money for it, but we did. I do remember we were talking about the forecast.
I just
Give
sent
me that.
Christy a message, so I'll follow up if she responds.
So,
I just sent Christy a
Oh, yeah,
message,
good.
so I can follow up.
And I would imagine that that 1 million you see there is from 21 would be.
Okay, great.
So yeah, so we're opening up the discussion for the allocation of funds from project development.
Well, I'd rely on your wisdom to make that decision. I don't know what projects you have need of and are looking for opportunities in, so that'd be kind of my guiding thought on it. Are there things out there that you need to do that might be coming up in the next year?
Yeah, the feedback we got was there's nothing imminent on the horizon, but in a situation like this, people might be looking for fast cash and wanting to move property that might be desirable. And so this is one I'd be more reluctant to see the county give up from a guidance perspective, because I think this not only is this opportunity loss if you get rid of it, I think this is where a lot of opportunity would come.
And from a financial perspective, I just want to, as long as we haven't committed to the courthouse before that building came from, these funds actually originally came from the general reserve. It'd be very easy to transfer them out if a building came, just from a semantic point, transfer them back out and make that happen. We'd have to do a budget adjustment. We'd have to come to the board. So it would be another week.
I mean, the scenario that Bruce described to us, of these, these that don't even go on the market, that's dates. Those are the kinds of opportunities we need to be able to respond to incredibly quickly. That's
How long would
my
it take you
concern.
to transfer it?
I mean, if we had we have the cash flow, right? I mean, I'd look to Robert for that, so we could do it. Legally speaking, we need to know that, the board was going to approve that from a budgetary perspective. But if there was approval from the board prior to the resolution going forth, then we could certainly move the funds cash flow.
When these things happen, you have an emergency. You can call right away if you have 2 days to.
And typically what happens too, like right now, the funds are in 090. If an opportunity came up, Christy would come before the board would say, well, what are our funding options? And usually Christy calls finance as well, or somebody does. And we say, and Dan, hey, there's funding in 090. However, if these funds were already transferred to 060 and that opportunity came up, they'd say, where's the funding? Where do we have the funding? What's availability for it? And we say, oh, there's funds in 060. Now it's the trade-off. Are you going to use those funds for the courthouse? Or are you going to use them for this opportunity now? But it's still available in a fund that we could draw upon, whether it's 060 or 90.
Yeah, so I think that's the important point is whether you transfer them and use them, or we just leave them. And then we come back in 2 months and we say, okay, now we know we got X dollars or not from the state. And if we didn't get any, then at that point, we could come with a budget adjustment and move them over. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
I mean, so it can go either way. It's just, maybe it's just the greatest part of this discussion is just knowing that those funds are there and they're available and they're discretionary, wherever you want those funds to be for the next couple of months. Is that fair?
No, I think that's totally fair. I just think from, if you were to do that with all of these and then wanted all the funds at once in the resolution to go to 060 from multiple places, we might have a supplemental budget hearing or something like that, just because of the amount of funds that you're transferring back into.
Oh, there's more release easier than others. This one, my guidance to the county would be to keep exactly where it is for the purpose that it's intended.
That'd be my guess too. Just the other question though I had is, would this be tracked? Like, would it, if you didn't need it a year and a half from now, I'd go back or?
Yeah, we'd probably make a project ledger and have each one of these individual resources tied out into the general reserve, so we could see exactly where they've been moved to based on board discretion. Budget committee.
I mean, some of the value of what we're doing here today. Like one whole approach would be to just put it all in, put it all in this reserve, but solicit from the full budget committee
their direction or their guidance and recommendations on which one's the first one you go to and which one's the last one you go to. And, Jim's suggestion, for Fund 060 to, to always try to maintain $5 or $6 million in there. I mean, we could compile a bunch of essentially guidance around this pot that we're creating in 060. So that the board is ready to act with the full advice of the budget committee when the time comes.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I'm all for memorializing the discussion. I mean, but just to make it simpler, next 3 line items, 3, 4, and 5, if legally we could use those to pay down court debt, I would be very interested in using those to pay down court debt. And I, for one, would be supportive of moving those into the general reserve so that you don't have to pull with it later. So just for an example, item 3, the 09 or item 2, sorry, the 090 funds, I would not be supportive of that.
I mean, Commissioner Chang's correct. I think everybody's correct. It can go either way at this point. The point of this was to transfer all the funds and then to come back with when we have the state funds and we can get guidance from the budget committee and to get to present those scenarios along with how much money you need to have in your reserve to cover the unexpected expenditures, things of that nature. But so I guess if the conversation is, should we go one by one still, then we would probably want a motion or not a motion, I guess, to move these funds.
So just one thought, I remember I was thinking this is a $10 million, resource is a great starting point with the world we have right now. I mean, it's good to know that with the movements we can make here, 10 million is not going to stretch much of anything. Pretty exciting. There's a lot of moving parts here. As soon as we know what the state's going to do, it's just all going to start to be real clear, because there's a big difference between, well, we can scratch together $10 million. The state gave us X and we have to borrow, 5, 10, 15, $25 million, or the state gave us $25 million. We have 10 and we're looking at 5. Do we want to do that internally or do borrow for some reason? I mean, it could go very different depending how the state provides resources.
And regardless of what the state got, if the state gave you 5, I'd say, to me, the ARPA funds where they are, if they're available to be able to pay into the courthouse debt, I think that's a good use of those around what's going on. If the state gave you 25, I'd probably still say the same thing. And again, it's up to the recommendation of finance and the policy that the board wants to set in terms of what debt's good debt. Because unfortunately, in government, some debt is good debt. Not all, but some. So something like that, I'm there. I'm just saying, if we're still discussing line item 2, I really think that's a fund that is useful to the county for a lot of options, and I'd be reluctant to see that get committed to a courthouse. I think it could be covered otherwise.
Yeah.
So just to get
Thanks,
this
Eric.
all on the table, number 8, is that the reserve for Fair and Expo?
Yes.
Or what is traditionally?
What goes
committed
with
to
that,
that? So I'm still in favor of maintaining that.
As am I. I think the fair has presented a pretty good plan, and I think absent finding another way to be able to fund the fair this year, because I still want to have a discussion about the future TRT. Absent being able to find a way to be able to fund the fair, that 460 this year, I would prefer that the fair didn't keep it.
So would it be easier or clarification for us that if let's just go down one at a time? I think a number of these there
I
could
guess the
be,
question is, do we need a motion or do we just need a consensus?
well, as long as it's clear. I mean, if it's 3 to 3, if we don't, I want to make sure people agree. Either way, once we know the courthouse funding, we'll still be going back to the board. This is we just need to make sure we if we already know something now, we should include it in the budget if there was already direction that we were pretty sure of.
That's fair. So if you want to start at 2 and work your way down.
Yeah, and there could be some quick
We
conversations on
would,
some.
we would need a motion for every single one except for number 7, because that has already been based on the guidance for fiscal year 23, where we moved 3.5 million of TRT over. That 700,000, again, estimated 700,000, could be less, was already transferred to 060. So I guess we still need a motion on it, but the motion would be to move it back to TRT if that's.
You're saying it already transferred in the proposed budget. right?
Yeah.
So it's on paper.
On paper, it's in the, so it's on paper,
It
it
may be
is
plus or minus.
Well, we could,
very much so.
let's, we'll talk about it when we get there.
So-
I mean, it may be easier just to
The one's
do
already-
talk one at a
the one's
time.
already there, so let's talk
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
So let's figure out whether we would entertain a motion on 2 or not.
Okay,
We should leave it there.
Okay.
thank you. No motions.
Excellent.
Then we move on to the ARPA LATCF funds. Those are local assistance tribal confederate consistency fund, excuse me. $4.6 million. They have complete discretionary use. There's been some talk about this and open up that for conversation.
Can you give me a little history of what the discussion has been?
Courthouse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Courthouse.
Then I,
That's
then I,
very simple.
This was unexpected,
Yeah.
American Rescue Plan dollars with the terminology. So it came after ARPA.
were you gonna say anything around?
This is part of ARPA. This is a special pot that, in particular, Senator Wyden was really involved in getting established. And it is intended to provide additional assistance to counties that have very large amounts of federal public land. So I'm going to vote yes to put this into, to allocate these dollars to the courthouse,
Right.
but this money came to Deschutes County through the American Rescue Plan, which was, intended to help us respond to and recover from COVID. And this particular category came to us because we're a high federal public lands county, which to me implies that one opportunity that we have is to use these funds for some purpose that is related to being a high federal lands county, a high federal public lands county. For example, just to kind of play out the whole opportunity cost discussion that we've been having all week. One could make the argument that we have several hundred people living on the federal public lands in our county illegally, with no place to go. If we shuffle them out of there, they're going to need, they will end up most likely on some other federal public lands, unauthorized location. We will not have solved anything. We will have caused great disturbance and incurred great cost, and not really accomplished a whole lot. So, like one thing that you could do with these funds, if we weren't in such a desperate situation that we had to throw all this money at the courthouse, is actually use these dollars to create pathways out of homelessness for people who are living on federal public lands in our community.
And how long have these funds been sitting here?
A year, probably a little bit less than a year. Yeah.
We got 2 payments, 2.3, 1 payment, and 2.3 the second year, a year later. So
Earning a little bit of interest for us.
yep.
I would think that if there was passable policy toward the direction that you wanted, it would have been discovered within a year. I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying it's the thing.
There is an incredibly high level of disagreement in our community and among our elected officials on what to do about homelessness. Some people believe that there are actually pathways out of homelessness that can be established, that could be invested in, that could be supported by the community, and some people don't.
Some people would think that the courts are involved in it.
We were able to distribute millions and millions of dollars from our original allocations for housing, housing investments, childcare, small business
Billions.
support. So yeah, let's remember that we're in such a comfortable financial position where American Rescue Plan dollars came to us. We were just writing checks happily, sending it out to the community. Some counties had to use that to backfill their local budgets. So we've been so generous with the $38 million we had.
38.4 million, and then plus we're getting the other, what, 400,000 is our interest? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the ARPA LATCF funds to the amount of $4,600,000 to General Reserve 060 for consideration and use of courthouse buy down.
I'll second.
Second. Is there any disagreement?
I was just giving you all that
That's
because
fair.
you asked for the history.
No, that's fair. Thank you. I
Think we're good on that?
well, we gotta,
Should I take a vote?
we gotta vote.
We did. There's no disapproval.
I vote yes.
Yeah.
I vote
Aye.
yes.
Aye.
We all voted yes,
Okay, thank you.
maybe.
That's a good short circuit. I'm gonna have to write Robert.
That's right. You tried to do it quick.
Mr. Robert would not approve.
I know. Mr. Robert Rules of Order. Yeah.
Item number 5, the interest fund, interest earnings of 100,000, do the same fund for the class.
Is that item number 4?
Yes, it's 4.
Yeah.
I will second that.
If we're talking about in the continuing spirit of talking about opportunity costs, the original ARPA funds could not be used for housing investments that will serve people over 80% AMI. The interest on the ARPA that we have accrued is more flexible than that. We do have, the county is entertaining a proposal brought to us by Sherry Helt and COBA to invest $500,000 or, they said they would take $300,000, although by the time you get to that small level, I question whether it's worth setting up a program, what are the costs of setting up the program for the size investment you're making. But that is one of the opportunity costs of putting those $400,000 into courthouse investment.
Buys one door.
I would just reiterate, the motion is really to transfer the funds into the general reserve. And as Jim said, likely with the intention of the courthouse, but if we do get $25 million from the state, as finance has said, we'll come back in with a series of options, and that's when the actual allocations, maybe some of these funds get transferred back, things like that.
Did you move that already? Did you?
It was motioned
We
and
did get-
seconded.
Okay, yes.
Regarding the motion on item number 4, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No. Nay.
Motion is approved.
I did.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thanks, Brenda.
We have item number 5.
These are ARPA return funds. Right now, we're in the ballpark of about $400,000. And it could be substantially more than that. As we look at capital projects that may not be able to be completed on time due to budgetary constraints, or inflation, supply chain demands. But right now, what we're looking at is approximately $400,000 in ARPA return funds, which are because the project was completed and didn't cost the full amount. Multiple projects were completed and didn't cost the full amount that we had obligated, that the board had obligated.
So absent, where would these otherwise be spent? Would it be reevaluating other grant requests, or is it just returning to the county to?
It'd be they would flow back into the balance of ARPA, and they would be reevaluated for ARPA eligible expenditures. And the ARPA return funds, I guess technically we'd have to find a place for them to be internally spent, and it would free up general reserve.
I would move to allocate the ARPA returned funds to the amount of approximately $400,000 to the general reserve for consideration of court buy down.
I'll second.
So yeah, I've supported not making decisions on current ARPA asks right now. I guess that's a whole different thing because this is already committed funds.
This is, yep, these are just the return funds that we have. So about a month ago, we had a balance of about 412,000. Yep, and exactly, thank you, Commissioner Deck. And now we have some return funds and our balance is around 800 and kind of saying, moving those return funds. None of these motions have affect the $412,000 balance that was never allocated. And there are no motions on here regarding ARPA contingencies or funding that is being held.
Okay, regarding the motion for item number 5, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Okay, unbudgeted PILT, estimated at around 800,000. I actually do believe that this is budgeted per se. To the road department currently.
And they said they really love having it.
They do really love
That
it.
was the quote from this morning.
Yeah, they spoke to how they would use it for future large capital projects and you know, this is the opportunity cost that we discussed. Also, I would say that we did get a question kind of also from the sheriff's department. I would say if TRT wasn't spoken for, is PILT spoken for? So I'll just open that to the discussion.
So I would say, I mean, this is absolutely the opportunity cost, highest priority at the moment. You know, it's been wonderful for many years that we haven't even had to think twice about it. We allocated it as a proposed budget was, let's send it to the road department. We know they can do good things with it. So now is the first time we're even talking about it. It's been a long time because, as I say, some counties, this is their bread and butter just to keep the front doors open. So we're in such a valuable spot to even have this discussion.
And just to be clear, this is a new $800,000, additional $800,000 in PILT. A new road agency was created so that we could receive an additional $800,000. And that's why the reference to it, unbudgeted amount. Obviously, road was hoping to set this up so they would receive the additional 800,000. They're still continuing to receive about their 2.2 million in funds. So that's part of the discussion.
I think Rep Owens picked this little loophole up or something. I remember that.
So Robert, Chris said, I'll believe it when I see it, that this bonus PILT is coming. Is there, I mean, if we allocate this and it doesn't actually come in, the federal fiscal year starts September 1st, but we'll see if we actually have a budget passed by then. A federal budget passed by then. So if we allocate this and it actually doesn't come, would, how can we, what can we set up to ensure that this $800,000 doesn't get clawed out of Chris's regular PILT?
It is those new funds go into a totally separate fund, 715, I believe. And right now it's budgeted to transfer from 715 to the road fund. If this passed, it would be 715, the amount going from 715 to 060 into the reserve.
It's not,
So, but
715, I believe it's a fund. 715 is Sun River Robert.
745 maybe.
740.
700 and
I
some.
think we repurposed them.
No, you can't have Sun River funds for the courthouse.
Oh, we might have repurposed a fund number. Anyway,
Yeah.
whatever the fund. That's not
Yeah,
the
because
point.
that's what you guys have in your, but yeah, I think we
Police officers got
So,
somewhere to go to try.
yeah, and if the funds never come, then it's similar to any other revenue. If the funds never come in, then, you just don't spend it or you don't transfer it.
Yes, who could have thought?
So yeah, as Robert was saying, we created the Deschutes County Road Agency, which is an entirely different fund. So that's how we track those funds to know that they're not just going directly into road. And so it goes into 715 and there's a transfer. So we would be able to track and see
How about we propose to split it, so if it comes, both agencies are getting something there anyways, that's for another 400,000.
Both agencies, you mean the,
Yeah, the reserve fund.
Road fund, right?
That might
I mean,
be
it's just a
good.
fun way to.
That might be good, otherwise I'm gonna vote no on.
That was very
And
solemn of
also
you.
remember that. So my thought process is if we put the whole 800, estimated amount into this capital project, next year it's like, oh, we have another priority, let's do it again and again. And then all of a sudden you forget that, oh, we thought that was going to go to roads. So if we split it, then we have the two names at the table, at least in the future.
We'll remember it. then.
So,
Yeah.
and the other part of this too is with the, if it was ongoing and say the amount stated 800,000 and it was long-term before everyone figured it out, right? But if it was a split of 400,000 each, or even it was just 800, but 400,000 would go to the road fund each year. 400,000 would also go to 060 every year, and that's our reserve. So, and that's where after the first year, once we've gone out for the debt, this 400,000 would go to the reserve, which would cover things, the reserve of all the things that the reserve covers all the time anyway, those unexpected items. Yes, yes. Well, I mean, right now it's a year, but if it was ongoing, that's how it was set up, that this could be a revenue source for the general fund reserve, which could also be used.
This is, I mean, the policy history on this is county has been receiving secure rural schools in lieu of timber payments and PILT in lieu of taxes. The way that they calculate PILT is that they deduct what you're going to receive through secure rural schools from your anticipated PILT allocation. So then, it nets out that basically you just get as much as you would have gotten from PILT, even though you're eligible for both PILT and secure rural schools. And timber receipts are different than, other revenue you might be getting if that land wasn't federal land. So they set up this special road district to essentially make the entity that receives the secure rural schools money separate from the county, so that they don't deduct our secure rural schools from the amount of PILT that we're getting. So that's why we're getting this bonus PILT this year. But you, Chris, and many other people I know think that eventually the federal government is going to catch on that this is that we've come up with this way to get more than we historically have, and is going to take it away. So to go to the point of this being ongoing funding, this is ongoing funding until some federal legislature decides that this, that they think that this is double dip.
And we all know how fast they move.
We all know.
So
Maybe somebody who's worried about the debt ceiling and is demanding spending reductions is looking for places to cut federal expenditures.
If somebody made a motion, I would be prepared to vote. I would also be fine if the county would want to think about this later from a policy standpoint for a later transfer after discussions internally.
Yeah, I think this is like a one-year decision.
Yeah, I actually, that's the other point. If this was an ongoing thing, I think for sure, I think for sure I'd vote no. If this was a one-year decision, then I'd reconsider. But I'd like to see the county think about what you want. Think about what you want to do with this long term and whether the courthouse would be the right place to put it. And I understand that there's some extenuating circumstances with the uncertainty over the next couple of months of funding.
And given that this is bonus PILTs, I mean, I would oppose anything that cut into the kind of foundational PILT investment in our road department that we've been seeing, since this is bonus PILT money. I think the idea of a one-time 1-year split, I would support that. And it is just a reflection of the moment that we're in.
So did you make the motion, Commissioner?
No, I'll make a motion to split evenly the unbudgeted PILT estimate in this fiscal year. So estimating 800,000.
Between
And split You want to describe?
50/50 with the road department and the 060 general reserve.
All right, all those in favor?
I,
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Okay, so this next one is already in the budget, but it's that unallocated transient room tax transfer to Fund 060 of 700,000 plus or minus. Of course, it's a budget estimate, and as we get new months of TRT coming in, we're pretty certain that our beginning working capital will be lower, which will mean that this number will be lower as well.
and this is a fairly regular transfer that goes to 060 out of TRT.
Not fairly regular. In fact, 060 has always been general fund. Remaining general fund. It was last year was the first year that because the general fund was down to $1.5 million to support all of the operations. This committee voted to move in TRT in the amount of $3.5 million.
And this has been supported by the general fund in the past after cost of doing business, a transfer. So that tells you that this budget has structurally changed in the last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the plan was to do this anyway with this year. The plan was to do this anyway with the funds this year. So if it's already going in there, again, I would give the county discretion in deciding how much of 060 should remain. Should they decide to use some of 060 to do a court buy down or a courthouse buy down, but I don't know that I need to, other than the fact that I still want to have a little discussion on where we go with TRT in the future. I don't think we need to have a discussion on what to do with it this year.
Yeah.
And the only other piece to or one of the other pieces to this is the long-term forecast does include the surplus transfer to the reserve fund as well from the TRT fund.
Historically, it's not a regular transfer, but over the last year and a half, I'd say we've always talked about TRT covering or at least being able hopefully to partially cover either the standard debt service or some buy down of that debt service.
Oh, or some additional spending around that. I mean, I'm okay, sending stuff into the general fund to be able to understand what to do with it is a fine answer to me.
I think that this one might be, or sorry, TRT discretionary 30% of 1%. That is the amount that Bruce was speaking to. I think Jim spoke to it. This is the amount that normally would go to the Fair and Expo Reserve for future capital needs.
To me, the fairgrounds they've got a long way to go, but to me, the fairgrounds is trying to do the right thing, but the funds that they have to drive an enterprise fund thinking into what the fairgrounds does, and I'd hate to stop them.
So move this to keep it with the fair.
Second.
All those in favor?
I
Opposed?
Nay.
Is that one opposed?
One opposed.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of my arguments, if we had discussion before, would have been that the faster the courthouse gets built, the less time the court is going to have to use space at the fairgrounds during the courthouse construction.
Although with that, the fairgrounds didn't appear to have any operational issues with having done that. I know the courthouse has some operational issues with that, but the fairgrounds doesn't seem to have issue with it, and in fact seems to appreciate the fact that they can be used as a resource that way. So
I appreciate their service in that way. I am under the impression that there's opportunity cost with having that room, that space being used for a courthouse when you could be using it for events that pay.
most of the conflict that I saw in the last couple of years was whether is it used for a courthouse or a vaccine clinic, and hopefully we don't need another one of those.
But there was a I was in that room at a certain point where there, for court business, where they said, oh yeah, yesterday there was straw on the ground and we were shoveling, and now we've got this courtroom set up again.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of
That's what they do though.
that is what they do.
That's why we gave them the information.
That is what they do. But when their space is fully available all the time, then they can book more
We're
events.
this close to the finish line.
Good.
All right, well, the finish line's gonna come quicker than expected because this is already in the budget in Fund 160. Because as we spoke to today, they're planning on breaking ground end of year and we don't really know or breaking roof. And we don't really know what the debt services amount is gonna be. And so this is programmed into 160 right now to pay for that half a year interest plus the fees. And so when we know what we have from the state, we'll come back to the board and get the budget committee recommendations as well. And this 1.9 can either be moved out of 160 if there's going to be a pay down, or it can be used to service the standard debt.
That was easy.
So what about the health fund? I don't see it anywhere.
The health benefits fund.
Yeah.
So
What's the balance gonna be to start the year with?
the
Is that
contingent,
Like 5.4 or something, 5,400,000?
I think that's the balance, correct? And so, and then Kathleen is going to come with a budget adjustment later in the year. We're not quite sure about how much that'll eat into that beginning working capital, which will in turn eat into the contingency. And then in July, we'll come with the board, and that will definitely be one of the things. When we come with the pay down options, no matter what the amount is, if we get 20 million from the state, we're not just going to say, hey, should we spend it all? Because we have all these other county priorities as well. And so that'll be up to the board discretion, how much you want to leave remaining in the general reserve to cover really what our liabilities such as health benefits fund, PRT not coming in as we budgeted, in other areas, maybe operational areas.
So you're saying health benefit fund and TRT, we'll have we'll have the ending balance, the actual number then.
In July, we'll be working on getting the ending balance because we'll be doing year end at that point. So we might have it.
Yeah, I think,
Close, but remember, things go through September.
Right.
yeah, we book back for quite a few months. I think what the point is now, we don't need budget committee approval. The proposed budget already has the expenditures for fiscal year 24 at this point that they're planning on. The HR and budget will come in this fiscal year to talk to the board about getting a budget adjustment that's needed this year. And that would impact the ending working capital, which is the beginning working capital for 24, which you're approving, but it won't change the budgeted expenditure levels at all, or the revenue. It's just the beginning working capital number, which we automatically adjust because in every single fund where you budget, it's not always, most of the time, it's not the same as where you actually end up. You hope it's close. In this case, it won't be, but it won't affect the budgeted expenditure authority for fiscal year 24, but they will come back to the board soon.
Yeah.
In this fiscal year, because we have to.
And then Commissioner, I'd say you're right to be looking at that because the contingency is less than the amount that claims aid into the budget this year, right? So if that was to happen again next year, then that fund would have a negative balance even after using the contingency. And so that's why when we come with all these funds in the general reserve, which is Jen pointed to, is kind of the emergency fund, that'll be a point. You know, we don't want to spend down all of this general reserve because we do have, that's what I meant by liabilities, potentially the health benefits fund, potentially TRT payments, those kind of things. So we'll make sure to bring that up at that point in time.
Yes, we'll make sure.
Yes. Yes.
July, is that what we said?
Well, whenever we know about the
Right.
final resources for the courthouse.
That's true.
Yeah, we're going to wait for that and then we'll do some analysis and prep work and then come before the board.
The one question back to the unallocated transient room tax debt, say 1.9 million. What's that money? Is it is it just staying in the TRT fund? So we're gonna have a balance of 1.9 million or something?
Yeah, what we, the way we budgeted it, it's the assumption that we're going to go out for a $40.5 million debt during this fiscal year. And we assume it would be mid-year, we'd have to make half of a debt service payment. Now, if we could go the year and fund the construction pay as you go through these other funding sources, then we won't need to make this debt service payment in the first year. If that's so, then we can buy down the debt.
That money is in transient
Room
tax.
Fund 160 is, but already has that budgeted as an expenditure.
It's a transfer out.
The transfer to 463.
460, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a transfer to Lee pay for, no, or is it 463 or 535?
Go to the vet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
535. So it's a transfer to pay for the first year debt service. Plus, we estimate 300 to 400,000 in the fees associated with doing that.
So that's gonna be in a fund that's set up for making payments for debt service.
Yes.
Yes, and it can be moved because the county's timeline is to start the courthouse. So we'd
So
have to
it-
go out
so
for debt.
It's out, it's a reserve. It's a resource that might be utilized in another fashion, even though it's gonna be sitting in a debt payment fund. If it's optimal, pay down the cost upfront.
Exactly, because if you pay down,
I was trying to be real careful how I say that.
That would be a discussion that you could certainly have as.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know where it was. So it's sitting in a debt payment fund.
right, because if you decide to pay down the debt
Yeah.
this year, then we don't need to issue the debt till 25.
Or it could be used to fund, same way, fund the current year's construction, which enables us to get the loan the next year.
While we're talking about TRT.
Did you have a
Um,
topic you wanted to follow up on?
Yes,
There
that
is.
was TRT.
Long term on TRT, I mean, I think there's a couple, now that I'm seeing more and by the way, I think that everybody for working hard last night to dig up all that stuff, all the info that you provided the budget committees. There, I'm understanding a little more. There is a Fair and Expo of 1% of to the tune of around I'm using rough numbers, to the tune of about $500,000 that has been allocated to travel and tourism that doesn't necessarily need to be allocated to travel and tourism. While in the meantime, there's $3.3 million dedicated to travel and tourism otherwise. With, I think, at least in the minds of some of the budget committee and perhaps some of the county, questionable return on the entirety of that money. And I don't want to delve into policy discussions here, but there is a contract for, I got the impression about 1.8 million of that dollars that does have to go to travel and tourism. And I think some of those funds have been used for a future fund, which everybody seems to be pretty happy with. And, it's I think it's a good use of the money in comparison to how it's being used otherwise organizationally. I think it would be worthwhile for the county to consider looking at the contractual portion of that money, directing some of that to future fund, taking some of that and putting it in the fairgrounds long-term to replace that $500,000 that could otherwise be spent elsewhere outside of travel and tourism. And then there's potentially still another $500,000 to $1 million for other travel and tourism related items or investigations like master planning on the fairgrounds, master planning on a county park, potential development of other travel and tourist facilities within the county.
I think we just allocated 100,000 for master planning for the fairgrounds. Jeff had asked us for two.
All I'm saying is long-term, that 3.3, there's, roughly 1.5 million of that has to go to Visit Central Oregon. The other 1.8, we have been giving it to Visit Central Oregon because we haven't found anything better to do. I'm just encouraging the county to maybe do some possibility thinking on better things to do with at least a portion of that 1.8 for next year.
Is that the 1981%? That was 1980?
It's the 20%.
It's the 20% of the 6%.
Yes, from 1975 and 1988.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the 1% from the 1980. How much is that? Just
All to COVID, it's about 1.5 million, which.
okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So if 500,000 of that went to fair, 500,000 of that went to future fund, you'd have 500,000 to start doing some possibility thinking about some other travel and tourism options. That is tourism related facilities or other things. That's obviously not anything we can do this year because the contract is in force for this year.
If you did do it, you would make the decision early so that they would know by March 30th, way prior to March 30th, which is the deadline, to let them know that they were going
The,
to
the,
get a cut.
yeah, the way I read it is you could either tell them now that you're canceling the contract and then you could choose to renegotiate a contract. Or you could just say under the contact stipulations, here's what we're suggesting you get next year by March 30th. And again, that's a policy thing that I can't do anything other than as a budget committee member suggest for guidance.
Pretty harsh move on a partner.
Well, and I
to,
didn't.
to cancel their contract that you just renegotiated.
Well, it can't, well, and I didn't say cancel at all. I think there's a fair amount that they do. Future Fund, like I said, seems to be getting a lot of appreciation from the county. It's, I have some opinions on that, and I think somebody that I know will be providing some written input on that. It won't be me. I think that is a pretty viable thing for Visit Central Oregon to do and to continue to drive. If we're not entirely sure, and I've heard discussions both on record and offline, that the money is being appropriately used, all I'm doing is encouraging the county to have an internal discussion on how it might be better appropriately used to some level. I'm not saying cut them off. My suggestion is just think on whether 3.3 increasing with TRT growth is the right number, or whether it should be a smaller number so that you have the ability to reallocate existing fair and expo funds that can be reallocated, or go explore new travel and tourism opportunities. That's
Well, so if this is the budget committee, you're talking about a year from now.
right. It's yes.
My suggestion might be, if there's support, laying out options, you're talking about a different flow of some of the dollars. COVID doesn't need to be kept in the dark. I mean, it's just like, is there an interesting, exciting option that we could all, maybe not all agree upon, but all see that maybe there's a different way some of these dollars. My point is, would there be support at this budget committee meeting for a study group or option?
I would.
That's what we could
Yeah.
do here today.
I guess you're putting it more succinctly than I was. I would suggest a study group. And I would happily put my hand up, given some of the knowledge of the different things that I have, to support if that was the count as well.
As I say, with COVID at the table, because I mean, there's always interesting discussions that come around, right? Remember, I mean, destination management organizations, DMO, regional destination marketing organizations. We've heard from different entities saying, well, we want a different slice of the pie for different reasons. It has been analyzed, and we generally, we're where we are where we're at. But what else is there?
We talked about that for a number of years. It just takes some leadership, I think, to have that conversation.
So as I say, for a budget committee.
I guess
Lead a study
I
group.
would just say that
It's up to the county.
where we're at right now is in significant part a product of those discussions, right? The creation of the future fund. I mean, there was a substantial amount of pressure and political capital put on the table to get us there. Right. And so when I say that, I don't really have a whole lot of appetite to look at additional big dramatic steps on that front right now. That's where I come from.
I'll leave it to the.
I think we've made some significant progress and movement and there's other fish to fry.
I will leave it to the discretion of the county.
But yeah, you're suggesting that maybe there's a way to put it out there.
I think there's a way to at least have the discussion to determine whether there are options to go spend travel and tourism money better than it's being spent. I think the organizations that are spending or that have input in that money, that might include some chambers of commerce. I realize they don't receive DRT. But I think that there would be some people that would be willing to add productive dialogue to that.
I was more concerned about the fairgrounds capital projects and the replacement costs, and particularly the well.
That well is not going to be cheap.
And, so I know he said he partnered with Visit Bend, Central Oregon, but I think the capital costs are gonna be really high for the next few years, and
So
that's why I asked about the 1%.
to get grounded in why I would get engaged in this, it's truly tourism related facilities, capital. You know, is there a way to, in the high level, is there a way to, spend a little less on marketing and just put it right into some capital project? High level, I don't know what all that looks like, but that's
That's a
why I
fair
would
direction.
support this discussion.
Well, interestingly enough, Sun River Resort spends, I think it's $5 to $6 million a year in advertising. 5 to 6 million. So is the community spending like $10 million on promoting us? So, I mean.
Well, it's more than that considering
Yeah.
all the other resorts.
Exactly. So I would think if we can do something for the fair would be fairgrounds would be really helpful.
Or like I said, there's a lot of other options. I mean, I don't want to presuppose anything, but
Well, I want
I
to get
just-
our well covered.
I just wonder if the money's being spent I just wonder if all the TRT is being spent the right way, and that's my encouragement to think about it.
But I wouldn't say right way or wrong way, it's just could it be spent different?
Yes, what's the possibility?
It's being spent.
I support with
There's a concert and I know they replace the roof, but if the roof blows off and they have to cancel a huge event.
Yeah.
And they don't have,
It will be pretty.
Bruce,
Especially our farewell
you
trip.
support, just as a budget member, because it sounds like it's coming our way as a board. Support having kind of.
Well, I know that at the meeting that I wasn't at, but Nick was at it, I heard from someone who was there that they were giving her a really hard time because they felt like she should be spending money now on getting more, airways, Chicago, et cetera, here. And she was just, when she came to us the next day, she said she was gonna wait for another year. So there's definitely, that group is giving her feedback too. So she's hearing it from all sides.
The reserve fund.
Yeah.
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 And
She's
no, I
got a
think
couple million in
we've had
reserve.
this conversation for several years.
Yes.
And it's always a concern because there's such a mass of people that come here already. And how much is that worth us dragging more people here? But when we get COVID in the room, it sounds different. So I think you're right. It's a partnership discussion. They're doing good work. They've transitioned a lot of their focus to environmental related issues, which is great. I think we've asked them to do that and they've done that. So they've been good partners. I think everybody needs to be in the room and share some new ideas. I agree with that.
Great.
Where are we at on our agenda?
I think we got couple votes left to do, right?
Yeah, we would be at elected officials unless folks want to take a.
Yeah, I would like to take a 5-minute break. Yeah.
Fine.
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Just the only other point I just want to raise, and Chris Doty is listening, just so that it's on our radar, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be for this year, but at least for fiscal year 25, is that we have committed $1 million for the Terrebonne sewer at some point, and we didn't obligate and determine precisely where that was going to come from. So just so that it's on the record and it's on our radar. Yeah, well, yet we can bring people to Terrebonne to utilize the sewer system, and kidding there, but in any event, just so that it's on our. Yeah,
But we got $1 million from Senator Bonham
we did.
for Terrebonne also. Oh, yeah.
And then we committed it locally, just coordinating with Chris, just so that it's on the record. Again, we don't have to have it right now this year, but certainly by fiscal year 25, it needs to be on our radar.
Chris.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
Great.
We've been handed a sheet here, Deschutes County Elected Officials Compensation Board, and this is the results of our discussion. So I just wanted to preface any discussion we would have is this took us, a couple hours to go through this, but prior to that, we've each had previous conversations and we had a lot of input from external sources, and I brought my folder here, a pile of stuff from internal sources. So it wasn't just a random decision. There was a lot of input and a lot of strategy that went into it that we had to evaluate through the process. So a lot of it is like, we've done this before where we didn't recommend any changes in certain categories. Well, you can do that for a time, but then you get behind and then you got to catch up, and then it looks like a big number and people wonder why that's happening. And so it's not an easy thing. There's a bit of art to it. It's not all science. So I'll say that, but we're trying to be fair and equitable. We look at other comps based on the region. And then we actually looked at comps because we were allowed to, in the scenario that we were presented, able to look at some local comps. So like for the sheriff, it was because they're a resource for hiring people. So the city of Bend is a reasonable comp. So that all went into this scenario. So if we pick out each one of these and do an evaluation, I think it's an unfair discussion to have based on the discussions we already had within the committee. So and in the past, and I mentioned this to Robert and we didn't come to agreement on it, but I'll just share it. We haven't evaluated this at this level. We've just said, these are the adjustments to the budget based on the committee's recommendation. So this is something kind of new for me. I'm not that comfortable with having that debate here because I think it would be inappropriate. In the past, there have been people who have been presented with their pay increases and they chose not to take it. And I think that's still on the table for anybody that makes that decision. Am I correct? Somebody could choose not to accept a pay increase. And there have been people in the past that have done that.
It's a couple of things I'll add. One, I'd really like to thank Human Resources for doing a lot of the significant legwork, especially on the regional stuff. I'm not going to recall immediately, but I believe all but 3, maybe 4 of these actually followed pretty closely the HR recommendations for the compensation.
Right.
So, so we did take many of these, we took a lot of that input in sober comparison, and then we had additional discussions based on data, again, with good data in the room that led to debate to come to some of these conclusions.
And we also looked at comparable counties. There were several on the list. And we had data. And then we looked at what these positions were paid comparable to the people that these positions were supervising as well. So there was a lot of conversation, a lot of time and work put into it. And each one was unique. So we could go down and pick each one. But one example is that one of the positions that received an increase had foregone COLA prior during COVID. And so there's just unique situations which with each different one of these increases. But I did want to let you know that we looked at other counties. We looked at the amount of money that they made compared to what the folks that they were supervising as 2 additional data points that we looked at during our meeting.
And my last comment would be, these are elected official positions, and I appreciate the elected officials, especially those in this room and those listening, for their dedication and service. I also recognize that in some cases we want to cast a wide net for people that would be interested in a position. And while public duty and the desire to serve that is usually the main one, there's very often a consideration of, oh, good, I get to deal with the public and I'm only going to get paid this much. So there's some of this is reflecting the desire to ensure that people do have a motivation beyond altruistic to enter public service.
And I do appreciate Bruce's comment on foregoing Yeah, I know one elected official who actually forgoes health benefits. I mean, so, or opts out, I should say. Opts out. So I think that if they don't want to accept, the individual doesn't want to accept it, I think there's an opt-out opportunity.
Is there any other discussion?
Well,
I would,
I mean, I'll just speak for myself, but while I appreciate this recommendation for a pay increase, I do not feel good taking a 11% increase in pay, while most of the people who work for the county in the last year maybe got 4% COLA and maybe a merit increase. So if that's if the other commissioners are in support of taking this pay increase, I guess for me, I would like to figure out something like that. What is COLA plus relative merit increase for my position, and I would only accept that.
thank you, Commissioner Chang. So I would move to approve the elected officials compensation committee salary recommendations from the May 3rd public meeting.
I would second.
Can you amend that to May 4th?
May 4th.
Maybe,
I'm sorry,
there's a typo
I
there.
amend it to my motion to May 4th.
I will second the amended motion.
So we're only going to vote on these as a bundle.
Yes,
You could choose to make a motion to an individual one if you wanted after the motion is voted on.
Any board member has the authority to request to consider them individually. Or to approve the motion that was made by all.
my motion was for the bundle.
As was my second.
There's a motion and a second.
All right, there's a
already.
motion on the table. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion is approved.
I just want to clarify, I opted out of PERS and that's like $27,000. I am saving the county annually.
Thank you.
Anyway, and we did not get a COLA. We got 0 the year of COVID because we were trying to be very helpful and conservative. Just to remind the group, no elected received, I believe, any kind of raise that year.
Is there anything preventing you from signing up for PERS now, if you wanted to?
I said I wouldn't do it and I meant it.
Jim, you had made a statement about a kind of a minimum amount in the reserve,
Yeah, it's,
general reserve.
and obviously we don't have too much history in our budget books. But when I look at the Fund 060, just to finish some of the discussion that we were having in the prior space. When I look at 060, the lowest I've seen that beginning net working capital is in the 5.5 million range. So I kind of, I've even without looking at that, I kind of threw out the, hey, 5 million sounds like a good number. I'm actually interested in the other civilian budget committee members' very rough opinion on, where we would give the county guidance to set a floor.
I would agree with you. I think it should be a little higher, but I think at this time it's unreasonable to request it be higher.
I would agree with that as well.
I would just say the proposed budget last year was actually 1.9 million, but then because of this committee's vote to move TRT, it was bumped up to 5.5, which I think Jim is referencing.
Well, yeah, and I think some of that was just the general discomfort on how low that was getting. So that's good guidance for the county to think of if you do get the opportunity to do a debt buy down of any type using that Fund 060. That would be good guidance to know, and also to remember that was expressed on record by the citizen members of the budget committee.
Yeah, I think not to be on record with the citizen budget committee, but when we take the finance meetings too, not only will there be recommendations and that it's a great recommendation for a reserve for TRT for the health benefits fund, but also, there's other priorities in the county too, maybe increased operational funding. We heard a few departments that may be having some difficulties in 24, 25, capital maintenance needs. And of course, larger projects like the public health safety campus, the stabilization center. So it's kind of a combination of all those things. Because those are generally speaking to some degree where those funds would come.
Well, and it's a general reserve. So if you build that in as a budget assumption going in and don't think of it as a variable, something else has to change. So I definitely support that.
It's actually also getting to an official reserve policy, which a lot of organizations will have, and that's one way we can approach it as opposed to a flat dollar amount. It's percentages as well.
Which is fair, and I'm actually unclear on what our role would be in that, because it is a policy discussion, but it is a budget policy discussion. So I'm not entirely sure whether that would be something brought to a future budget committee to review or not. And again, that's your call to do.
The other issues, Dan?
None that I'm aware of. Are there any other comments or questions regarding the budget before we head into approvals of the county's budget and then sheriff's office district and setting tax rates?
Did we officially say we wanted a work group or whatever you called it on TRT?
We gave the county guidance to that.
Okay,
It's up to them to do.
It was very clear guidance.
My wife gives me very clear guidance. I don't always listen, unfortunately, although it's to my benefit when I do.
It's definitely to your benefit.
That's going to show up.
Okay, I don't mean to have Commissioner Adair monopolize the
Oh, do you want these?
We're good with it.
motion making,
Better do
but
it.
she's handy here and I have the numbers.
Of course, I have a mint in my mouth, so.
Uh,
Oh, thank you.
So the first one is to approve the Deschutes County budget.
Yes. My motion is to approve Deschutes County budget of $619,098,853 adjusted for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.2783 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Let's see, we will close the Deschutes County budget meeting. And we do onto the countywide. We will open the public meeting for countywide law enforcement district number 1. We do have a agenda item for public comment. Is there any public comment?
Seeing none in the back.
Okay. Is there any budget discussion about this issue? All right, let's call for the motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve countywide law enforcement county service district budget of $49,043,440 for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.25 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. We'll close the countywide law enforcement district budget meeting and open the public meeting for rural law enforcement district 2. We have an opportunity at this time for public comment.
Seeing none in the back.
We have no public comments, so we'll call for a motion.
I would like to make the motion to approve rural law enforcement county service district budget of $17,890,891 for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.55 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. We'll now close the rural law enforcement county district budget meeting. I believe that's the end of our agenda.
Where's the champagne?
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Beat it by an hour, I think.
So we do want to thank everyone for their contributions, for their time. And I want to thank everyone. It's my first year sitting at this table here at Deschutes County, and I've appreciated this process and everyone's thoughtful comments and contributions. It was great. I would like the budget team would send out a survey, or we'll get back with feedback about how this process went this year, what you liked, if you have preferences. I know we have a mid-year budget meeting, but we'll gather feedback as well. So just remember the process too. And of course, I can't leave this table without thanking Dan Emerson, Cam Sparks. They organized everything, all the hard work, putting these budget books together, all the numbers, all these last minute requests and things. So tremendous work. It's a great group of people to work with. Dan's role as the budget financial planning manager really is, especially now, moving into protecting and guiding direction with the general fund and TRT fund. So really keeping an eye on that. And him and his team are doing a great job. So I just want to call them out as well. And admin staff is great working with them too, and getting to know the budget committee a lot better this year. I really appreciated it as well. So, and any final comments from any budget committee members or admin?
Also, thank you to Angie and Brenda and others that filled in this week to keep us going and keep us fed. We appreciate the support.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Robert. I believe he's on, or Bill Kuhn. Thanking Robert here because you just got done talking, but Bill Kuhn for his advice, and good to have him on board. And for your generosity for us citizen members who need get us up to speed, and for all the good work preparing us for this meeting, outstanding. It's just up to us to absorb it, and sometimes we're a little shaky on that. So I appreciate your tolerance of us.
The Charlie Brown teacher effect was a lot less this year than last year.
Yeah, exactly.
And many thanks to the appointed budget committee members for giving your time to, there are a lot of places you can be giving your time to your community or to your county. And this is a unique service.
Thank you.
I'll do this as long as you have me, although I know that opinion varies depending on what day of the meeting.
I just wanted to also thank Laura Skundrick, who's on our budget and ARPA team as well. She's out sick right now. Otherwise, she'd be here with us. And of course, Robert did a great job of thanking us, but integral to the process. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job, everybody.
Remember last year, when we lost Greg, the end of March.
Yeah.
And it was, thank goodness, Wayne. But thank you,
Absolutely.
Robert. Thank you for joining our team. It's really appreciated. I'm sure you love it a lot better on this side of the mountain than that.
Absolutely.
Good side. Well, yeah, it's the good side, the sunny side. Oh, yeah, sunny.
I'm also going to say, if anyone doesn't want their line item budget, if they don't want to keep it, we'll happily take the binders back and reuse them.
Actually, I used last year's in prep for this year.
Okay.
So you might get last year's back next year, but you never know.
I love the recycling. Yes. Thank you.